serving the goal of what we need to accomplish. So, and in everything that we do, we always start in prayer. So we were actually with Father Charles in another event where the Vice President joined us, Vice President J.D. Vance, and I was like, Father Charles, come pray. So he graciously came over. Father Charles.
You know, it's your job, Father, to be on hand for us every time we need a prayer, which is kind of constantly.
Thank you. Please bow your heads for the prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing these women together. Women called to serve, to lead, and to witness to your truth in public life, in their homes, and in the heart of our nation. Lord, we remember the holy women of Scripture. Deborah, who led with courage and wisdom. Esther, who acted bravely for her people. Ruth, faithful in love and sacrifice. And our Blessed Mother Mary, the Mother of Jesus, the Mother of God, whose humble yes changed the history of the world. Grant these women strength with humility, conviction with charity, and perseverance in fulfilling the mission you have entrusted to each of them. Bless their families, their work, and their service to our country. May they always seek not worldly success alone, but fidelity to your will and the courage to stand for what is good, true, and beautiful. May they be a light to those they serve and an example to the next generation of women. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. And with that, we'll get started. We're going to get started here. We have a very special guest, so can you all please, a round of applause for Harmeet Dillon, who's working so hard at the Department of Justice. Okay, Harmeet, I'm so excited because when I thought about this Women Warrior Summit, I think one of the first women I thought about, and I did text you this, was you. I was like, talk about someone who's been on the front line in every single major civil liberties fight, freedom of speech fight. That's been you. So what inspires you to become this women warrior?
Well, thank you so much. And Mercedes, by the way, you're a women warrior as well. And I admire you for all that you do for the conservative movement. Look, I was raised in a family of action with a lot of strong women in it, doctors and leaders, professors, and most importantly, my mother, who was a woman of action, homemaker, and then started the Sikh temple in North Carolina, ran my dad's successful medical practice, and helped be a volunteer Republican poll worker in the rural South in the 1980s, and taught me the value of public service and organizing fundraisers and making sure that my community got out to vote. And so that's kind of always inspired me.
So really, it's your mom?
Yes.
And what did she tell you? What was the kind of the everyday, this is the lesson you need to learn, in your everyday life?
Well, both my parents taught me the value of hard work, but also the importance of civic engagement. And, frequent rejoinder, if I would complain about something, would be, God helps those who help themselves. And so we always applied that lesson. And I just saw my parents have fundraisers at our home and, develop relationships with people in power. Public service is important in my faith of Sikhism as well as in my community. And so doing volunteer work, helping women who are struggling in domestic violence situations is something my mother and I both have done. And so, that's just kind of a tradition of service inculcated in my family through generations. My grandfather was in the military. My other grandfather was in the Burmese front in World War II. So a long history of that in our family.
And now you're leading the Civil Rights Division at the Department of Justice. Tell us, why you said, okay, I'm going to leave the private sector and go serve President Trump and the American people.
Well, You know, it's something that I've always wanted to do at different points in my life, but as women, we have marital obligations, and sometimes you're running a business. I was running a law firm with 40 employees at the time that the president called me, and our firm had represented the president in his campaign as well as individually. I've been one of the president's lawyers for many years, and it was a good opportunity and a time in my life. First of all, I feel like I have the expertise to do the job. Secondly, my husband had passed away recently, and so I didn't have a duty to care for anybody at home, and I had the freedom to do it, and so I felt like God was telling me this is the right time to take a break. I'm grateful to my brother who took over the law firm to help run it and keep it going for all the important work that we continue to do there while I'm serving my country.
Well, I mean, thank you. Really, thank you for your service. It is a sacrifice, and it's so much hard work. And as you're this lead enforcer of DOJ, I think one of the biggest issues that we have seen, which I still cannot believe that the Democrats don't even know that a woman is a woman, right? They can't define a woman. And you all have been in the forefront of this fight of protecting girls and women in sports. Walk us through some of the things you have been able to accomplish under the DOJ and how different that has been from what we saw in the previous administration.
Well, in the previous administration, of course, there was a war on women, real women, and there's this idea that women have to subordinate their rights, their opportunities that are guaranteed both in natural law and also by Title IX, to the fantasies of men who think that they're women, and subjecting them to injury, subjecting them to humiliation in their private spaces just when they're going through puberty or are young and awkward, subjecting them to injuries when having to compete against stronger boys, and frankly robbing them of their dreams and their opportunities for scholarships, for leadership opportunities in team sports. So it is so unfair, and it feels to me like as a woman, I've been skeptical over the years of the feminist movement, but I will say they fought for the rights of women to have equal access in education and in sports. And in a few short years, the left took that away from girls. And so we're fighting to restore that on multiple fronts. And what the Civil Rights Division does, people sometimes think we're sort of the help desk for all civil rights issues. We are required to go after states, for the most part, for state and local violations of federally guaranteed civil rights laws. So that's what we're doing in this regard.
You're looking at, I think it was in California, there was this, I'm not kidding you, this biological male who they were co-champions, right, with the females. I mean, this is the absurdity, and I think for parents, you know, for us, I can't even believe that we have 5 daughters, like, how this could possibly be the case. And I mean, is there the sense that have things gotten better, or you're still seeing these infractions happening in these blue states?
Well, I think the problem is twofold. The first problem is the lie being peddled by the state, by Marxists, and by unscrupulous physicians that you can change your sex. You can't change your sex. We should be able to say that plainly, but frankly, socially, it's become unpalatable to even say that. So that's the first lie. So both the boys in these scenarios and the girls are being victimized. I think some of these boys truly think they can do this. Some of the boys are just being opportunistic. There's that happening. And I was listening to a podcast friend of mine, a guy's guy, who said, if I had been able to do this as a guy who doesn't think he's a girl, and I could go into the girls' locker room and hang out, every single guy I know would do that.
Yeah.
And that's what some of them are doing, and they're taking advantage. There's a very small percentage going in the opposite direction. There was a case recently that we got involved in, and I think it was Loudoun County, where a girl was in the boys' locker room. Boys have rights too, and we got involved in the lawsuit that was filed in that case as well. And I've represented several young women who were conned by this trans-industrial complex in around the country. 4 different women who are suing the doctors who mutilated them, top surgery and what have you, and drugs that permanently have scarred
You all
them.
are involved in that as well.
The DOJ is involved in it in
Yes.
different ways, but I did it in private practice, so
Okay.
I'm intimately familiar with the problem. And then you have the sports issue as well. So one of the first things we did in this administration is send a demand letter to California about California's requirement of all schools that participate in the California, I think it's Interstate Scholastic Federation or something like that. It's a sports league that they were required to allow trans boys in the female teams. And we sent them a letter. They responded by suing us to enjoin us from taking any action against them. So now I'm in 2 lawsuits because we did go sue them when they refused to stop this program. We're also involved in similar challenges in other jurisdictions, including Minnesota and Maine. There are other investigations or lawsuits going on there.
How do you foresee this playing out? Do you think, meaning we, the DOJ, the Trump administration, will we be victorious? Or is this going to just be stuck in the legal process for a long time?
Well, every day that the court announces its opinions coming, we're waiting for the opinion in a pair of cases involving these issues.
Right.
And so that will help determine, first of all, whether some states are allowed to have girls-only teams, and then this separate issue of whether states are allowed to require boys on girls' teams. And those are 2 separate issues. I think one is easier than the other in terms of legally. And so we're going to find out soon what we can do. But I think Title IX is very clear. It provides for protection for women, for equal access. And you're not providing women equal access when you're forcing them to compete against men. Women will always lose in that physical game of strength. And so setting them up for constantly losing is totally unfair, and it's illegal, and it's also, I believe, unconstitutional.
I want to get to the Violence Against Women's Act. There's a housing provision in there. You all are involved in that as well. Walk us through what's happening with these women who are victims of domestic violence. And I think, look, this is the reality that we're seeing that we have to clearly understand, is that in what we're doing, it is about us using our talents and our voices to help the most vulnerable women, okay? Because these women, many are scared, many feel like they are not being protected. And the Democrats all say, well, this is all, the feminist, and we're the women party. But the key is we as conservatives have an obligation to help these vulnerable women. Talk us through this, what is happening with these housing provisions, how these domestic women are being thrown out of housing if they call and they say there's some sort of violence that has occurred.
Yeah, so, I've been a longtime activist for victims of domestic violence. And what we're seeing, there are 2 things that the Trump administration is doing that prior administrations didn't do. And so one is what you just referred to. There's a provision in the Violence Against Women Act, ironically, which Joe Biden sponsored in the first place. And parts of it have been struck down. But this provision is in there that says that a housing provider cannot evict a woman for calling the police when there's a domestic violence incident. This has happened to women. It happens a lot. And, the landlords say, I don't want the trouble, I don't want the hassle. But they're not allowed to do that under federal law. And they get federal money, typically HUD money from Section 8 or otherwise. And even if they didn't, it's a civil rights issue. And so we filed the first lawsuit involving this type of a case that had never been filed under this provision. It had never been filed. Never been used before in decades of the Violence Against Women Act. But secondly, in the first Trump administration, we enforced a new program that protects women who are being sexually exploited by their landlords. And this is a common thing as well. There's always a power imbalance. A poor woman, she may have a child or 2. She's got Section 8 housing. She has no spouse, or the spouse has left and she's fending for herself. And the male landlord or owner of the project or manager will extort her for sex and favors to keep her property, or she's threatened with eviction. We have won millions of dollars of settlements in this administration against landlords who have done this and banned them from running or owning or managing housing projects or public housing or any kind of housing. So,
and there's never been a lawsuit in this area. So as much as this is really saying we're going to work to help protect
this project started in the first Trump administration, and then in the intermission period, they didn't really pursue it because it was a Trump project.
Right.
And we picked it up again, and we're really proud of that. And a lot of our career attorneys, some of whom have been portrayed in the press as not being super psyched about some of our work.
Right.
Everyone is enthusiastic about this, and it's a real victory.
Let's touch upon the safeguarding women in prisons. That's
Yes.
also another big issue that we have seen. CPAC does a lot of work in criminal justice reform. We know women in prison, they receive less resources than men in prisons, but there's a bigger issue of these biological males who want to be in these women prisons. Tell us about what the DOJ is doing there.
Right. Well, look, again, I feel similarly that, and I've represented people in prison before, pro bono. I think everyone is entitled to their constitutional rights. So if you've passed a bad check, or you killed an abusive spouse or whatever, you're serving your time for the crime. But that does not mean you should also be subjected to rape and violence in prison. Nobody should, including men. I think it is unconstitutional and barbaric that that's going on in American prisons. And so what we're seeing, though, is this exploitation by individuals identifying themselves as trans. And what is particularly interesting is almost all of these cases are people who never identified as trans until they were convicted of a crime and incarcerated. And the women's prisons are nicer. Let's face it, they're not going to get raped by a man if they're in a women's prison. And they may have an opportunity to actually sexually assault and exploit someone. And so sometimes women are forced to share cells with trans-identifying men with predictable results. And so we think this is unconstitutional and barbaric. And we also have federal statutes including something called CRIPA. And so we are opening investigations into multiple prison systems regarding this. California, Maine, Washington State, Gig Harbor is the most recent one we announced earlier this week. We have an ongoing large investigation into unconstitutional conditions in Colorado's prison system after I heard about Tina Peters' case and some of the conditions she was under, and I learned that Colorado is doing the same thing. And so, we're working with women's prison rights groups to help us identify where this is happening. And states make it difficult to do this. By the way, under the prior administrations, Bureau of Prisons federally would require the same thing, but we're not doing that now in the Trump administration.
So I love following your X account, and I love it because every time you knit one of those hats or sweaters or scarves, I'm always like, that is like amazing. What's the favorite thing you've knit? And what inspires you to do that?
Well, knitting is, I don't know how to explain it, but it's just very calming for me, and I have an extremely high-stress job.
Okay, who taught you?
So my paternal grandmother taught me how to crochet when I was about 7 or 8 years old. She used to love and sit and crochet Afghans, like many of our ancestors would do, and she taught me how to do that, and then I taught myself how to knit in college. So bought a book, bought some yarn, and I'm old, so this is before YouTube and the internet,
I think you need your YouTube channel on knitting. I think the next, like Martha Stewart, this could be good, Harmeet. This could be the follow-up of your amazing career.
Yeah, so my favorite thing I used to knit was sweaters for my husband. He had many of them. And now that he's gone, I took a little break and I knit a lot of hats for my friends in the last year since I've been in DC. Yeah. And now everyone wants one, so I'm going to put a pause on that because it's too much. And I'm starting to knit sweaters again for myself.
So my daughters, it's funny, I don't know how to knit, but I would say 3 out of the 5 daughters know how to knit and how to crochet, and it's really beautiful. I mean, it's like a lost art, so I just love it.
It's also very calming, and at the end of the time, instead of just scrolling constantly, which is bad for your mental health, I listen to music or a book or a podcast. I was on airplanes for 6 hours yesterday, and I made good progress on the yolk of a lace tee for myself.
Okay, I love it. I can't wait to see the next sweater. And as we wrap up here, what's your message to these women? Really, and we have some men in the audience too, which is fantastic. So thank you for coming, because I think that there's a sense of, how can I say, like, we want to do good, right? We want to be able to use our God-given talents to help as much as we can. How can we help our families? How can we help this country? How can we help the president continue to succeed? What's your message to them?
So first of all, I want to thank all the men here who back up and support the women. That's very important, and it really helps, give women the confidence. Sometimes we're always taught to take a back seat to men in political settings. Secondly, like the message of my mom, which is God helps those who help themselves. We are in the fight for the future of our country and the heart and soul of our country. And I've traveled all over the world. I've come from another country. And, this is the last best hope for liberty in the entire world. Europe is gone, I think, and, they're arresting people for their tweets there. And we were pretty close to that in this country. People were silenced. I represented a lot of them. And so we need every single warrior raising up their voice and their action in whatever setting is comfortable for you. But that includes talking to your neighbors and your girlfriends about getting out to vote. You don't ignore that ballot that's sitting there, or help that elderly neighbor get to the polls and help them exercise that constitutional right. But also, you know, a lot of times there's this social pressure, and I've been in so many settings on corporate boards and otherwise, where something insane is said, and everyone looks around, and everyone knows it's insane, but no one wants to be the first person to say it. Be the first person to say it. That's a boy, that's not a girl. Why is a boy competing on that team? Why is a boy in the locker room? Why is that woman being assaulted? Use those outside voices inside those settings.
I love it. Well, we thank you. Thank you for all that you're doing. Thank you for being such a strong leader in this civil rights division, and not only in the civil rights division, but in the Department of Justice, and really being that strong woman warrior that we all are inspired by in all the greatness that you do. You have our prayers and our love and our support. Everyone, Harmeet.
Thank you.
Harmeet, who's been so gracious to join us. I know you've got a busy schedule. Thank you so much.
And now, please rise for the national anthem performed by Claire Dunn.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? God bless America.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairwoman Lisa McClain, Chairwoman of the House Republican Conference. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairwoman Lisa McClain, Chairwoman of the House Republican Conference.
Oh my gosh, they did not do this again to me. Look at this. Look at this. You know it. You know it. I usually carry a box with me, so when I'm up at the podium. And Speaker Johnson loves me because I always stand next to him and make him look tall, right? But good morning, everybody. It is an absolute honor to be here with all of you today. And there's a couple things that I want to talk about. First, let me start with the messaging piece, because that's my job as conference chair, is the messaging piece. Let me start with saying, let's go out there and play some offense, because what we're doing is the winning message. Do not listen to the liberal media and all of their rhetoric. We have the winning message. Other than, if I'm a Democrat, other than Trump is a jerk and I hate Trump, exactly tell me what their message is. Anybody, this is like a question. Well, what is it? Biological men and women's sports? Gee, that's a winning message. Lie, cheat, steal? Gee, that's a winning message. How about open borders? That's pretty, they have no message. Leering centers, okay, perhaps they could spend a little bit more money on education and learn how to spell, but you're right. I mean, they advocate for the waste, the fraud, and the abuse. They advocate for the criminals, not the victims. But I challenge someone, sincerely, to show me what their winning message is. And to me, when I go out there, okay, you can debate me on Trump's a jerk, or Trump's this, or Trump's that. Okay, we want to talk about the issue? The minute we go to talking about the issue, it's crickets. And then it goes for, okay, well, Trump's not the problem, you're the problem. You're the jerk. Okay, maybe I am the jerk. You want to get back to talking about the issues? They can't. They can't. So one of my biggest takeaways today is please, please, please go on offense about the message. Because the winning message from the Working Families Tax Cuts is every single Democrat voted to raise your taxes. Period. Every single Democrat voted to raise your taxes. They thought they were a better steward of your money, because the government runs so efficiently, than you were. And that's not just on the millionaires and billionaires. They did not discriminate. They wanted to raise everybody's taxes. So if you were in the 12% tax rate, you make about 50 grand. I'm not super good at math like the Leering Center. But 50 grand isn't exactly a millionaire status. Just putting that out there. They would have raised your tax rates from 12% to 23%. Every single Democrat voted to raise your taxes. So now let me switch gears a little bit. I want to talk about us as women, what we can do from a woman's perspective, because we have a woman vote out there that we have to go get that is begging for someone to follow. And I believe the leaders are here in this room. And I think we all understand something. Leadership is about responsibility. It is incumbent upon us. Get a mirror out, take a look at the mirror. If you want change, that is the person in the mirror that is going to give you that change. And it's about you who bring people along the way. So it's not just about us and what we do, it's about how do we bring people with us. And that's what I'm here to talk about today, because the truth is we need more women in leadership. We need strong women in leadership. women who are clear in their values, women who are not afraid to stand alone, even if that means they are the only one in the room that believes that, because you can be right and still be alone. But it may just be your voice, and you're giving someone the courage because they're hearing your voice. Because the worst thing we can do is stay silent. I tell my kids this all the time. Silence is agreement. Do not be silent. If somebody has an opinion, feel free to correct the truth with the other half of the truth. They opened the door. Walk through it. Sometimes my youngest daughter, Ryan, she takes me at my word a little bit too much. And I say that works with other people, not with mama, right? Because mama always right. So let's be honest. Being the only voice in the room, or the only voice that will speak up in the room, isn't easy. There's pressure to conform. There's pressure to soften your message a little bit. And there's pressure to sit down instead of speak up. Well, I'm here to share with you that's not my message, and that's never worked really well for me, right? I've never been particularly interested in any of that. I came from the private sector. I started a business from scratch, and when I left, I had 700 employees and $13 billion. That's not bragging if you're doing it, but I didn't do that by being silent and sitting on the sidelines. I signed the front of paychecks. I signed the back of paychecks. I know what it takes to take risk, and I know what it means to be accountable when things go right, and actually, even more importantly, when things don't go right. That's when it's most important. That's when the character comes in, right? I carried that same mindset with me to Congress because leadership, real leadership, doesn't change depending on the room you're in, right? It's about showing up prepared, making decisions, and owning the outcome. And I'm going to take it back to messaging for 1 minute. We need to make sure the Democrats own what comes out of their mouth. So don't let them flip-flop on you. They're the ones that wanted open borders. They're the ones that wanted to raise your taxes. They're the ones that wanted to protect the victims, the criminals, not the victims. You need to make them own that. Remind them of that, right? You don't get to be a chameleon. Own it. Say it loud. Say it proud, right? I'll never forget the one journalist that said, gee, when the college student got murdered, and I say that murdered in Chicago, perhaps she had the audacity to say, perhaps she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Are you kidding me? A college student on the banks watching the sunset, she was at the wrong place at the wrong time? Make them own that. Do not let them forget. But you got to have some courage to do that. Strong leaders create followers. That's what we're here to do. Let's create some followers. That's our assignment. Not for just us to be strong leaders, but if you're the only strong leader in the room, at the end of the day, you've done your job, but imagine for one moment, if you could be a leader in that room and get 5 other people around you to have a voice, to speak up, to take some risks, to take some chances. Imagine the power of that. We can do that. We can do that together, right? Sometimes that means being honest in a way that isn't exactly always comfortable. We got to get out of our comfort zone a little bit. Because so many times we've been, sit down, don't say anything, be quiet. I'm the opposite of that. Stand up, have an opinion, and own it, right? But what this means is we need to tell the next generation how to think. Not what to think, but how to think. And we need to give them the tools to do that, right? We know you're going to get knocked down. You're going to get criticized. Actually, most of the time, you will get criticized unfairly. All right, I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's how the world should be. But how the world should be and how the world is two very different things. Don't let that deter you. Because if your values are clear, which I think they are, and your foundation is solid, you'll be able to take it. It will roll off your back, and they won't get to you. Because confidence doesn't come from being told you're great. Think about that. Confidence comes from doing really hard things and not backing down. You know what's right in your heart of hearts. So talk about it and share your opinions, because it is incumbent upon us to lead if we want to change, right? It comes sometimes from failing and getting back up. I mean, some of the best learning experiences I've had was when I have lost. You get back up, you learn from it, but it doesn't keep you down, right? And I don't want to lower the bar for women. I don't want to lower the bar for anybody. We need to raise the bar. We need to have a little bit higher expectations. I mean, anybody here want their kids to be like average? Anybody? No, we don't. And that's a good thing. We should celebrate that, right? I want my kids to be better. I want that. Why should I apologize for that? We need to teach these common sense values. And I want to say something else because I really do think it matters. We don't need to redefine leadership. We do not need to redefine it. But we do need to reclaim it. And we need to reclaim it now. And we need to reclaim it loudly. Leadership is not about being the loudest person in the room, although at times I am. It's not about being performative or getting clicks. It's about consistency. It's about conviction, and it's about the willingness to stand up and say respectfully what you believe. Because you believe and you deserve to be heard. Stand up and talk about what your opinion is and why it matters. It's what people are craving for. See, I think people are mainly followers in general, but at the end of the day, it is incumbent upon us to give them someone and something to follow. That is the gift that we can give the next generation. So I just want to say thank you all for taking time out of your day. I know you have a choice. You could be anywhere you choose to be, but you chose to be here. And you chose to make a difference, and that matters. So go out with a strong message, say it loud, and say it proud, and give the next generation of future female leaders someone and something to follow. Thank you.
Congresswoman, would you be okay to, we really want to make it interactive with the crowd. Can they ask a couple of questions? Because you, as an amazing woman warrior, and we're so proud that you're in leadership and you're such a great representative for us, but I want to really make
I'll
this
apologize in advance, though. I don't have a big filter from my brain to my mouth.
Yes.
So.
What's her CPAC score? And a great CPAC score. All right, so we're gonna, we'll do a couple of questions if that's okay, because I know she's got a busy schedule, so I'm gonna hand it over to Caroline.
Beautiful red outfit, too.
You are just awesome. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank
Tell
you
my
for-
husband.
Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your discussion. Everything you said is very empowering, and I think we're always talking to a few ladies here that we don't want to become Europe. Europe's becoming Islamic. We've got to keep talking. We've got to keep fighting. The biggest question I have is, can we change this sign over the door before we walked into this room? It says Nancy Pelosi, and put your name up there? How do we make that happen?
One day, perhaps, right?
I want to ask you why you wanted to apologize for not having a filter. I think that's your greatest single asset. If you say what you think, we know you're never lying.
Well, that is true, but maybe the better is I could be a little bit more polished in my delivery.
Polished women get above the door here in your name, and we don't need any of them.
But in all honesty, I really think we need. Yes, we're in politics, so half of the game is politics. I get that. But one of the most frustrating things that I see coming up here is you can't change who you are. And people elected me because of who I was. I was bold. I was a little brash. I was very outspoken. But you could disagree with me. Disagreement isn't disloyalty, right? And sometimes I'm like, oh, I didn't see it from that perspective. I understand. We don't do a lot of that. This isn't you gotta be true to who you are up here, or you just don't make it, right? I say all the time, Congress is Hollywood for ugly people, right? I'm gonna fix that soon, but it is, because so many people are so concerned about getting clicks and oh my gosh, if you say that, Lisa, my comms team would say, but they could clip that and show X, right? Because you only have about 30 seconds to really make your point. Well, bring it on. I'm willing to go toe to toe. Oh, thank you. But more importantly, thank you for being here, because truly you could be anywhere and you chose to be here. So thank you.
For our next panel, GOP cram session, please welcome Caroline Wren, Casey Crosby, and Martha Jenkins, moderated by Katie Gorka.
All right, we're going to be talking to you about what we think we need to be doing now, because we're all actively engaged on the ground in various ways. So I'm going to kick it off. I'm Katie Gorka, chair of the Fairfax GOP. I'm just going to kick it off because this is what's on my mind. Someone came in to me this morning and said as they were driving into work today, they saw the protesters down the road, and somebody had a big sign that said, "Hey, Congress, what's with $1 billion for the ballroom?" Right? Complete and utter lie. No taxpayer dollars are being used for that ballroom. But this is what we are constantly up against, are the lies. And so I'm going to say, I think that a big part of our effort and a big part of our role is to counter their disinformation, to counter their lies, and just as importantly, to tell the truth about all the incredible wins of this administration. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my fellow panelists, and just to give you a heads up, we are going to allow a little bit of time at the end for questions, so you can be thinking about if there's something that you would like to ask directly. So I'd like to start with Casey Crosby. She is the co-chair of the RNC. Really delighted that you're here with us. So I'd love to ask you, you're fresh off of Kentucky's primaries yesterday, and so do you have any lessons that you can share from recent primary wins? And of course, not just limiting to Kentucky, but also based on that, where should we be investing our time and resources?
Well, thanks for having me, and it's been a little crazy in Kentucky. We had our primaries on Tuesday, and I think the biggest lesson we saw out of Kentucky was that do not underestimate the power of President Trump's endorsement. I mean, certainly that made a huge difference in the Kentucky primaries, and I think we have seen that across the country, is that people, our voters, our supporters, they believe in President Trump's policies and his agenda, and they support that. And so his endorsement really carries a lot of weight, and so I think that was one of the biggest lessons that we learned, and now we've got great candidates that we're looking forward to winning with in November. So I can say just across the board, don't ever underestimate President Trump. And I always say my money's on the president, always. And so that's the biggest lesson. And then going into the general election, I can say the biggest thing that everyone can do is whatever you can do, and be wherever you are, whether you are a donor, whether you are a grassroots person. We just need all hands on deck. I mean, our main mission at the RNC is to make sure we make President Trump a 4-year president, and we do that by winning these midterms. His agenda, his policies are on the ballot this November, and so it's important that we work as hard as we did to elect him, because if we don't, the consequences are high. So anyway, that's what I would say is you just have to work like you did in 2024 to get him there, because we need his policies for a full 4 years. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you. All right, Martha Jenkins, president of the National Federation of Republican Women. First of all, I just want to thank you, because the Federation was very helpful to us in Fairfax County and Virginia in our redistricting race, our referendum problem. So thank you for the women who came in and door knocked and who wrote postcards. That was fantastic. So you've got a tremendous network of women around the country who are all members of the Federation. What are you hearing on the ground? What are they concerned about? What are they going to be focusing on? What's your strategy going into the fall?
Well, first of all, I think all of our women do understand the importance of this midterm. Republicans have got to maintain majorities. We also saw what happened in 2018 when we did not. And we don't want to go through that again. So our women also want to see a few more results in Congress, just so it helps to get the vote out. Because too many people are going, where's the Save America Act? We want to get the Save America Act passed. And yes, we do. It's very important. We've been highlighting it in all of our Capital Connections, which is our weekly newsletter. So I will just end my comments to say, if you're in this room and you're not a member of one of our federated clubs, talk to me, talk to Nikki Beaver, who's our political director here, because we need all of you involved. We will be doing strike forces this fall in specific districts that are targeted. We're working with the RNC on which races those will be. I will say I know one of them is North Carolina, because we must keep the Senate seat in North Carolina. But we need everyone focused on getting that vote out, whether you're giving money, whether you're knocking doors, whether you're texting, whether you're just calling all of your friends and helping get them to the polls.
I mean, I have to say that I think that above anything I have really learned in my time with the Fairfax GOP, nothing is more impactful than that peer-to-peer outreach. And I think a big part of our challenge, I mean, I look at it from the perspective of the Fairfax GOP, where unfortunately right now we're only at about 30%. But, you know, part of growing our movement and our effort is those of us who are committed, who understand the importance of voting and being engaged in politics, reaching out to our friends and getting them engaged. Too many people in America aren't engaged in politics. Kind of blows my mind. All right.
Mine too.
Caroline Wren, really excited to have you here. Thank you. For those of you who might not know her, Caroline is a GOP strategist and fundraiser. I would just love to know, what is your advice on what we should be doing now?
You know, I approach politics, I would say, at maximum speed. And my advice to people is that I do not wait to be asked to do something, and I certainly don't ask for permission. I see something. President Trump is quite clear in things that he wants done, and I take directive from him posting a Truth Social. Like that, when he does that, I'm like, what can I be doing to help enact what he just said to do? And I don't need anyone else to come in. Now, recognizing that, you know, I have a lot of ties to politicians or others, and I use those ties to really pressure them. The elected officials work for us, not the other way around. And so I take that very seriously. And how examples of that would be this redistricting battle that just happened. I watched what happened in Indiana, and I was on the sidelines, and I regretted that. I thought to myself, what should I have flown to Indiana? What could I have done? I don't know a single person in Indiana. I've never been, but still, we really missed out on that redistricting opportunity. The president was clearly upset. So then I started reading more about redistricting and just what a great opportunity it was. It is not the Republicans that started this battle, it is indeed the Democrats. Go look at what they've done in Illinois, or go look what they've done in the Northeast, where there are no Republican seats. And so it is actually Republicans who have sat back on this. So I started to familiarize myself with two things. One, what states could still redistrict, and then two was knowing that this VRA decision was likely, what would we still have time for? And so I did a lot of research myself, and then really I went to Florida, flew to Tallahassee, because I knew that Governor DeSantis had called a special session. I knew one state legislator there who said she could get me into the Capitol, and I am not even kidding when I tell you I just went door to door to every state House and Senate member, said, will you meet with me? I want to talk to you about why you need to pass redistricting. And they'd say, who are you? I'm like, don't worry about that. Let's sit down. And just sat there and did media hits from the Capitol and anything, and we got that done. And while I was in Tallahassee, the VRA ruling came out. And because of that, I was ready. I knew which states that could move on it. Right now, it looks like we are going to pick up 10 additional seats from these redistricting efforts, which is amazing, but we are leaving 9 on the table. And that is why I've just been so heavily involved in this, because God forbid we wake up in November with Speaker Hakeem Jeffries with a 1 or 2 seat majority, and it's because we didn't do this in South Carolina, or went for 1 seat in Alabama instead of the 2. And so just to give you an example of what I would do and how you can look to do it is with South Carolina. I pulled the area codes of every South Carolina area code, and then I went through my phone. I would type in that area code and then just look and see who is it that I've met over the years, whether or not they're a politician, a donor, and just start cold calling them and saying, will you press the governor? Will you press the legislature? Will you call? Think of things like that. You may have a cousin in one of these states, and your cousin may actually have gone to a fundraiser for a state senator that was looking to do redistricting. Call your cousin and say, hey, do you happen to know State Senator X? It's very important that you talk to them and tell them that it is critically important to do. In this moment, for me, it was redistricting. But this can be replicated over and over again. So my advice to you is don't sit back. Don't just wait to get some direction. Oftentimes women come to me and say, I need some direction. Take it upon yourselves often and go and get this done. It is our responsibility to get President Trump's agenda done. It is so important. We have 2.5 more years, and that is truly not enough time. And so I take that very seriously.
I love this advice. So I think that one of the things that frustrates me the most is when people write to me and complain, why isn't the Fairfax GOP doing this or doing that? And I'm like, you are the Fairfax GOP. I think people sometimes make a mistake when they think about the Republican committees and the party leadership. We are a network of citizens in a self-governing republic. We all have equal responsibility. And I mean, the other problem is that so many of our committees, most of us are all volunteer efforts. Everybody's overextended. And so what I love more than anything is when somebody comes to me and says, I want you to know this is what I just did. I had a lady down in Loudoun tell me she went and set up a table at the citizenship ceremony to give out Republican literature. She didn't ask my permission. More importantly, she didn't ask me to organize it. She got it done. And I think that entrepreneurial attitude is probably the most important thing we can ask for. People just to take the initiative themselves.
Yeah, take the initiative and go to where the voters are. Elections are ultimately local, and people wait too often. There's very few people are involved in politics. Just by you being here, you're in that 3% that are involved in politics. But I like to look for events or places to go. For example, women are often very involved in their animal shelters. You can go and really meet some women there. If they have the time to go and volunteer with their animal shelters, you can go there and then also volunteer, get to know them, and then you hear about what they are talking about. Then you invite them to your local GOP event or your women's GOP event. I also look for different opportunities with, a massively under-registered group is Second Amendment gun owners. It's because they are fearful of registering because they don't want to give the government their information. They feel like they could go into some registry or list. So, if you're involved in Second Amendment things, you've got to focus on when you go to your gun range, registering voters, asking them if they are. So just think outside the box with things like that.
All right, we've got a couple minutes. Would anybody like to ask a question of our wonderful panelists? Yes, sir. And then there's another one behind. I just ask you to keep it brief because we're on a really limited schedule.
Okay, the two Democrats running for Congress where I live, both of them were opposed to the big, beautiful bill. They're both opposed to giving even 1 cent to ICE. They're both in favor of allowing non-citizens to vote in city elections. They both were in favor of shutting down the government. What do we say to them?
Where do you live? First of all, I don't know where you live. I have no idea where you live. In Maryland. Yeah, so
It's Maryland, 6th District, beautiful Western Maryland.
I think I now can see on your hat. I'm getting a little older, so I'm trying to see what your hat says. I see it now. So that's a great question. At the Republican National Committee, we do everything we can to support and help build our state parties. And, that's why it's so important. These midterms are going to be won in a few districts. I mean, honestly, when you break it down, these midterms are going to be won in a few districts, and that's where a lot of our resources are going. But you have to tell the story in states like that, because President Trump, the no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime, think about what no tax on overtime has done for our public safety officers. I live in Lexington, Kentucky. You would think it's the safest place to live. We are so short on police officers right now, and they're having to work overtime. Think about what that means to their paychecks. You have to sort of translate, things in and start making it real for the people on the ground. And again, we have to make decisions as the Republican National Committee, as the state party, where we are going to spend our resources, where we can win to make sure that President Trump is a 4-year president and we have his policy. And simply, there are some districts that we aren't going to be in, but you have to start building at the local level, doing the things that Caroline talked about and that Katie talked about to get more people engaged and involved, and whether that's through your Bible studies, through your, some women play tennis or they go to the YMCA to work out, whatever your network is, volunteering. I know, I knew that about you, I do too, whatever your network is, whether your kids play competitive sports and you're traveling to soccer games and you're doing those things, you have to start being bold and have to start taking initiative to talk about these issues with people, because again, the consequences are huge. And so, again, as far as your two senators, what do you say to them? You fight back. You find the people who are loud and you start you start just completely calling their offices, getting people, making more noise and telling them how their constituents feel, because I would bet that there are even Democrats in that district who are benefiting off of a lot of policies that President Trump has that are good policies. And so you have to start somewhere, and the lowest level possible, the grassroots on the ground, making your voices be heard is the best way to handle a district like that.
My advice to you is move. Maryland's a failed state. It is run by tyrannical communists, and it's not going to change anytime soon. They are going to redistrict. After this cycle, you're going to have no representation, and so you should move to Florida.
Come to
I'm
Virginia.
a little more polite about it. I'm not going to tell you to move. I can't say that, but I will say get to work.
And I would just say, when you're talking to voters, remember what President Trump did in the State of the Union and asked if they would stand, if they would put U.S. citizens over foreign illegal aliens, and not a single Democrat stood. So you remind your neighbors that those people that you're talking about do not stand for you. They stand for illegal aliens.
All right, thank you so much, ladies. Moving on.
Yeah, I need them too. We're on stage now.
Program will be resumed momentarily. For our next panel, The Stressed Out Generation, please welcome Erica Donalds, Nicole Neely, and Penny Nance, moderated by Jennifer Wallach.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Wallach. I am a wife of 25 years and mother of 4. I was Mrs. Maine America, and I competed at Mrs. America in Las Vegas in August. And I'm also the founder and director of Equipage Etiquette. I'd like to welcome you all to the stressed out generation. How many here are in the stressed out generation? Show of hands. Okay, that's pretty good. We're going to open our conversation today talking about what do we think is the most important skill that we can teach this stressed out generation. And I'll start with Penny.
Hello, what a great group. Thank you all for allowing us to come be with you today.
What do you think is the most important skill we can teach our young women?
Well, and let me just say, I run Concerned Women for America, and we have Young Women for America. We have about 350 chapters around the country, about 5,500 activists involved in that part of our organization. Of course, we have our older women as well. And I'm learning a lot from them, actually. The most important thing that we try to pass on to them, which impacts every part of your life, is faith. And I think when you are spiritually healthy, then all the issues in life that we're all going to have, even if you're 22 years old and that hasn't happened, nothing's happened to you yet, it will happen. And so as Christians, we try to pass on and make sure that we are strengthening them, encouraging them spiritually in their walk with Christ, and helping them to grow in that area of their life. And so that's the thing that I think as we mentor people, it's a really important thing to hit on.
Erica?
Yeah, completely agree that that's the number one thing. I'm an entrepreneur, and I get to work with young women, and I am teaching them AI. And I know that that's a scary word for a lot of people right now, but I'm telling these young women, you need to learn this. And I'm going to kind of force you to use it and get familiar with it. A lot of them are more recent graduates in their 20s, and I want to equip them for being competitive in the workforce. And aside from, of course, like being led by God, I think it's really important that we help these young women. And you see these college students that are booing at the thought of AI because they've been told that this is scary, that it's going to take your jobs away, instead of them being empowered with this new technology. And so I hope that the young women that are working for me, I am empowering them. I'm helping them to learn this technology, to be equipped, and to be the leaders in this technology and using it for good, and for helping them to be more efficient so that they, as they are wives and moms, that they can actually use this to allow them to do more things better and do the things that only they can do with more time and with more effectiveness and more focus.
I'm going to echo what the previous two speakers said, but I also think something that's important that we work with parents, we work with college students, is just to start to tune out the noise. You know the saying, oh, is it not on at all? Well, then I'm going to have to start over again. All right. Echoing what my two predecessors said, but also I think it's important, we talk to parents, we talk to college students, is that tuning out the noise is important. The phrase comparison is the thief of joy, I think, is something that's really important. And I think us as conservative women, Republican women, we face a lot of hate online, on social media, in the news, etc. But it's funny because there was a graphic, I think the Spectator had it a couple years ago. It was somebody being burned at the stake, and the person who was lighting the pyre said, "I agree with you." And I think many of us have had that experience. But if you know that you are doing what aligns with your values, your family, your friends, then it doesn't matter what, a crazy person on Twitter is saying about you. And so just, I think, tuning out some of that, and then also remembering in social media, in these very curated images we're seeing, there is a real different reality that everybody has. For every happy family picture you have at Disney World, there is a child who has had a meltdown 10 minutes before, screaming, throwing a tantrum on the floor. And so there is that element, and just also, so to take, I think, kind of what we see out in the wider world with a grain of salt has been something that's been very important for me, for my colleagues, and for the people who we work with.
So speaking of social media, Penny, I've seen your Instagram, and I have seen you making some recommendations for young women. It is obviously very stressful as they date and eventually choose a spouse. What kind of recommendations do you have for these young women?
I love getting those questions. Like you know, I've been married 30 years, and my kids never ask this. So it's great to have young women who actually want to know. You know, I say a couple of things. First, let me say what I say to the young men, and I think you all may relate to this. In 1 Corinthians, it says, when I was a child, I thought as a child, I reasoned as a child, I spoke as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. And it is time in this country for young men to put away childish things, to put down the gaming console, to get rid of the pornography, to quit swiping, and instead to pick up their Bible, be serious about their work ethic, engage and learn to grow professionally, to date with intention, get married, and have babies. That's what we need to be doing. And as you can imagine, that goes over well in a room full of women that want to get married. And I say to them that they should become the person they want to marry. If they want to marry someone who's good looking and fit, be fit. If they want to marry somebody who is doing well in their job, they need to lean into their profession and grow professionally. If they want to marry someone that's kind, be kind. If you want to marry somebody who's smart, work on that. If you know, all the things, whatever it is that attracts you to someone else, we're attracted to people that are like us. And so I think that young women have been told a lot of things, and some of it's not good. I think there was some good that came out of body positivity movement, and there's some negative things that came out, things that impacted people's health. I think, you know, be who you are is great, but recognize, like, it's real that people are attracted to people that are similar, and so you have some power in this. Also, get out there and fish in a pond of people that are like you. Swiping 30 seconds based on a picture that's probably been filtered is a stupid way to date. Instead, I attend a church that is full of people that are from, 22 to 35. My husband and I are the old people in the church. And I'm like, put down your phone and look around. Like, this is your pond to fish in. So anyway, it's fun to get to play that role.
Erica, you have 3 sons. How are you preparing them to date and eventually get married?
Well, first of all, and we have such a great track record. I've been married 23 years. We're all long-time marriages. So the first thing is what we're all doing, which is modeling, you know, what you want them to strive for when they're looking for a spouse. And definitely, I've used the phrase probably thousands of times over the years, is I am training you to be a good husband. You know, trying, just like you said, you know, be the person that you want to marry. I'm trying to help my kids to be good husbands that are sought after type of young men with good manners, who are helpful, who have a strong work ethic, and, you know, who love the Lord and are looking for someone who also loves the Lord and is committed to their Christian life. But the other thing that I think is so important as we're modeling as women and showing them the type of women that they should be looking for is so important. And someone who is industrious, who wants to help, who wants to be a helpmeet. And for them to be able to recognize that as they are looking in this hopefully large pond. I have one son who lives in New York, and I'm like, church and Republican club meetings. This is where you're allowed to go to look for a spouse. It's dangerous out there, but yeah, you got to go to the right places. But you said it so well in what you tell the young men, because young men of this generation really need good role models. And so I also try to show them, and I mean, God bless, you know, Charlie Kirk and his memory. He was such a great role model for our young boys, and I think that is one of the things that we lost when we did lose him. There aren't a lot of young men who are playing that role for our young men in America. And so we need more of that. But in order to do that, what we can control is raise our young men to be those role models, right? Our husbands to be those role models as well, and help them to shine and show our young men how to be great husbands, how to be leaders in our communities, and how to shine light for Christ as well.
Nikki, you spend so much time in academic worlds and spheres. I just wondered what you think about balancing academic preparation and real world preparation, and how young women get stressed about academics, but then there's also this component of preparing them for their social and personal lives.
Yeah, I think, so many of us for the past 5 years have seen how bad our American education system is, both in the K-12 setting as well as in universities. Children are not being taught, the skills that they need to thrive, reading, writing, arithmetic, or the social skills, right? They are told to put identity politics above all else. That's how you view yourself. It's how you treat other people. That's not the proper way to interact in the world. And so I worry a lot about that, and I think that's why it is so important for us as families. We hear from some of our terrific members, like your husband, that the family is the first educator. And I think that is something that we all really need to take very, very seriously. You're in school for 8 hours a day to learn science. But let's talk about values at home. This is not just drop your kids at the schoolhouse gate and assume that the teacher's going to do the right thing, because sadly, over the past 5 years, we have had a window into the American education system. We know they are not teaching them anything. If anything, they are undermining our values. And so I think academics, we have started to see people turn away from, frankly, going to college, having advanced degrees because of that. Going into trade schools, there is clearly significant disruption taking place in higher education right now because of AI, because of other things. But I think, the fact that academics has so clearly gone against American values and our family values is something that, even when you're selecting a college, I think back to when I was looking at school, right? It was, what's the aid package, what's in-state, what's out-of-state. Now it's a lot more complicated. How will your son be treated by a Title IX kangaroo court on campus? How are we talking about some of these issues? What are the mandates that a law school is putting in place because of the American Bar Association? There are so many other problems along the way that this is a much more complicated decision. And you think about the amount of money that families are spending, $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 a year for an undergrad degree on top of a professional degree. Students are coming out of school with more debt than a mortgage. That's the kind of thing that they can't get out from under. And so that's a very important decision for families to be involved in at the front end as well, because that's an investment in who you end up surrounding yourself with. My gosh, if I had gone to George Washington University, I could have come out a jihadi. Fortunately, I went to Pepperdine and I came out a Christian conservative. So, those decisions matter a lot as well. And so for us to have, I think, as parents, a firm hand on the tiller to help our children make those informed decisions is something that's really important.
Penny, my question is for you, and your organization is called Concerned Women. What concerns you about young women right now?
I worry about our country, but I actually feel by the young women that we're surrounded by optimistic. There are many women, young women, that are just like the women in this room, and they're searching, and they want to be part of the answer in this country, and they so much want to get married. They love God, they love their family, they love their country. We have to lean into them. We have to mentor them. We need to love them. We need to encourage them. We need to correct them. And I see them respond beautifully in this. So I guess what I worry is the same things you worry about, but let me just tell you that there's a bright spot out there, and the next gen coming up is awesome.
Nikki, what do you think are some concrete steps we can take to mentor these young women? What are some actionable, teachable items for them?
First, as we were talking about funding the Department of Homeland Security, I love to use a phrase for them: see something, say something. If a student, if a parent sees something that they don't like that is going on, do something about it. And it doesn't have to be go on Fox News. It can just be, tell one of our organizations, because we can get it into the right hand of a policymaker, a reporter, because sunshine is the best disinfectant with a lot of the stuff that's been going on. One thing that frightens me is just to see what teachers are teaching these days, and that is a function of what is coming out of colleges of education. And so I think when we start to demand better, if a teacher in a third grade classroom knows, I'm gonna be there, I'm gonna be fly-specking the homework assignments, I'm gonna be, keeping an eye on what books you're reading, then it makes them think twice about introducing some kind of deranged curriculum. And so I think that's really important for us. That, I think there's a role for all of us to play, but really to let them know you're on firm footing, when you are aligned with people who share your values, share your faith, to have a church you can rely on, to have a family you can go say, hey, I have a question about this. I was told that the polar caps are melting and that all the the ice caps are melting, all the polars are going to die. What do you think about this? For us to be able to be a safe place for our children to come and ask those questions is something that is so important. And that's one of the things that worries me about schools right now, is to see schools telling children, keep secrets from mom and dad. It's really starting to throw up that wall between a parent and a child, making children think that our love is conditional. Nothing could be farther from the truth. And just to remind our children on a daily basis, we are here for you. Come to us with anything, because we will always be there for you. The superintendent will not be, but mom and dad will be.
I think so much of this generation, they are concerned with being successful, and they're stressed because they want to be successful. And I'm wondering, Erica, how do you define success?
I think it's different for everyone, and you have to let God tell you what success looks like for you. People always ask me, because I'm running businesses and helping organizations and advocating, and I'm a mom and I help my husband, and so I do a lot of things, and God has given me the grace to do all of those things, and it's not hard. People often ask me, are you hanging in there? And I'm like, that has a tinge of pity in it, and I don't need to be pitied. I'm doing the things that God's called me to do. He's given me the grace to do it, and I love it, and I'm enjoying my life, and I don't feel like I'm dropping balls. I have been in phases of my life where I have dropped balls and I haven't done a good job as a mom or as a business person or as a leader or whatever, and that's when I know I'm doing things that God has not put his hand on, and I need to get out of that. So that's always the signal, is if you are in tune with God and the Holy Spirit, you know, oh, this is not where he's called me to be. And so for some people, it is you are meant to be a stay-at-home mom, and that is what you will have the grace to do. And as soon as you volunteer to do one extra thing, you're going to find out real fast that God has not called you to that, and you need to focus on what he's given you. Or you might be like me, and he made me this way. If you don't like it, don't take it up with me. Take it up with him. And I have the grace to do more things and have more things on my plate. But it is different for everyone, and that's why it's so important that you have that relationship with God, that you're doing your devotions, you're spending time with him every day, you're in prayer, and you're listening, not just talking, to him, so that you know what it is that he has called you to do. And don't look at other people's success. Nikki talked about that comparison mindset. Don't look at what other people are doing and try to compare yourself to that. You should only be comparing yourself to what he has told you.
Thank you. Great. My final question for all three of you is going to be, who is your role model and why?
I've just had the honor to meet amazing women, throughout my career, and I'm so grateful for it. But my role model were women that brought me up. I grew up in Appalachia. I'm a preacher's kid from a little tiny town of 6,000 people, and the strong women. I'm hillbilly stock, and I have the blood of mountain women coursing through my veins, and just strong women who got no credit, no acclaim, but every day worked hard and loved God and loved their country. But my dad was very outspoken, but my mother was very quiet and very shy, and she was a pastor wife that didn't want any attention. But when I was a kid, we went to an event, and the former governor or the lieutenant governor of Georgia was there, and it was a Christian event. And it was a ballroom of 1,000 people. And at the end of his speech, everyone stood up and gave him a standing ovation. Every single person except one. And that was my mother, who sat down very obviously with a mean look on her face and her arms crossed. I'm probably 5 at this point. I have no idea what's going on. My father was so embarrassed, although he, in the end, agreed with her. Come to find out, the man that had spoken to us, his name was Lester Maddox. He was a person who was against integration. He owned a restaurant. He kept black children out, and my mother was not having it. And at the time, I was like, what just happened? But that stuck with me forever. So that quiet dignity to stand in the face of against, I think we've been talking about this earlier, Lisa McLean talked about it, being willing to be the one person in the room who says absolutely not. Those women were the ones who made an indelible mark in my life, and I'm grateful for them, and I'm grateful to be among them. So thank you.
So good. And similarly, my grandparents were married 63 years before my grandmother died, relatively young, 83. They would have been married 75 years had she lived as long as he did, which is incredible. And that certainly is something that I've always looked to. My parents got divorced when I was young, so I always wanted a long-term family and to be the matriarch and patriarch of our children and for generations. And so she was also a speaker. She spoke at Christian women's clubs all over our state, and so it's very interesting for me to kind of follow in those footsteps. But my mom was an entrepreneur. She's been an entrepreneur my whole life. She's worked from home even 30 years ago. And so she is what we call each other get it done girls. If you need something done, you give it to my mom, you give it to me, we're gonna get it done for you. And so she taught me a lot, growing up in very difficult circumstances, but she got it done for her family, for her businesses, and continues to work with me to this day. I'm gonna throw in Melania as well as our First Lady. She is really incredible, and I've really enjoyed not just getting to know her, but how she has just defined herself in this role. Totally different than anyone else. She's also an entrepreneur and a business person and a very dedicated mother and wife. And I love the causes that she puts out there. So I just think it's great to have someone in that role that doesn't necessarily fit into the First Lady box that maybe all of us have seen over the years. And God willing, I'll be able to have a new definition of a similar role in Florida. And I love that my husband has said, I don't have a First Lady box for you to fit into. So people like to ask me too, like, well, what are you gonna do as First Lady? And it's like, well, I'm probably gonna keep doing a lot of the things I'm already doing and have been doing for a long time. But whatever God has, I think it's wonderful to have women who have stepped up to make a difference and not try to fit into a particular mold. So those are just some examples.
I think Margaret Thatcher is a tremendous role model. She took England when it was a socialist wasteland, which it is going towards again. And it makes me think of that saying, that Ginger Rogers did everything Fred Astaire did, except she did it backwards and in heels. Same thing with Margaret Thatcher, right? I mean, she was a leader on the world stage, right? Staring down the communists, staring down the socialists, the trades unions, all that, working alongside Ronald Reagan, working alongside, Pope, and I think she is tremendous. And she was a mother, she was a wife, and she did so with tremendous grace in the face of, a non-zero amount of sexism at the time. And so I think she's tremendous for a lot of us to keep in mind.
Thank you so much. I think we have a little time for 1 or 2 questions.
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. First of all, thank you for this panel. You are all amazing women. Secondarily, I just got to give a shout out to my sister Erica. You are my role model, and hopefully your husband will be our governor very soon in the state of Florida. We love Byron Donalds, and we're wishing you the best. We're 100% behind you, and we'll help you in any way we can. And thank you for this panel today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We have a question in the back.
Thank you for all the information. Erica, are you ready to be the First Lady of Florida? And then what will be your program as a First Lady? Did you thought about it? It's more education?
Oh, thank you. See, that's a great question. As you know, my mission in life is to make sure every family has high quality education options to choose from and the agency to access those options. I mean, Nikki referred to earlier what's happening in our public school system. I've dedicated the last dozen years to expanding school choice, but not just giving people options and funding, but making sure that we solve the supply side, that we have high quality classical education, online, hybrid, Christian education, whatever parents are looking for that aligns with their values, that helps their child to achieve the American dream, that's what we need. And I'll thankfully have a platform and in the state of Florida, which is the school choice leader in the country, to be able to showcase for the rest of the country how education freedom is done. We're gonna continue to build on that. I have other passions. Foster children is one of them. Department of Juvenile Justice, making sure that we give children a second chance and hope in life despite their youthful mistakes. Those are things that I would add to that, but certainly education and giving parents those options is gonna continue to be my #1 goal.
I just want to thank our panelists and thank our fabulous audience.
For our next fireside chat, Mom Life, powered by coffee and chaos, please welcome Isabel Brown, moderated by Mercedes Viana Schlapp.
All right. They sure did. Hello, hello, everyone. All right. Yeah, we'll make it happen.
Okay, so I'm so excited to have Isabel Brown. She has an incredible podcast, works for the Daily Wire, really went viral at the last CPAC because apparently, yeah, Whoopi Goldberg went after her. Talk to us about that incident that occurred. The incident.
The View.
And have you been invited to The View?
No, and in fact, we asked to come on and have an open conversation about motherhood, but unfortunately, free speech really isn't a value of the left today in America. You know, it's been a whirlwind of the last couple of weeks. For those that aren't familiar, I host a daily podcast with the Daily Wire, and I'm an author. I do a lot of public speaking for Gen Z, but the most important hat that I wear every day is mom. My 1-year-old Isla is crawling around backstage making all kinds of a fuss. I said, if you're going to scream in Congress, go find Ilhan Omar's office and let her know.
Oh, we could go
let
there
her know
now.
what you think. But it has been the true joy of my lifetime, and as a content creator in my career in particular, to share my journey of motherhood with my audience of millions of Gen Zers all over the world. This is something I talk about day in, day out, because it truly is the generationally defining issue of our time. The attacks from the left, the relentless attacks to eliminate the family as the cornerstone and foundation of our country and our society and Western civilization at large. We talked about that for a few minutes on stage at CPAC with this beautiful panel of women from different walks of life. And you asked me at the very end of the panel, Mercy, if I had any advice for the audience, mostly who were my parents and grandparents' age. And I said, look, tell your children that it's courageous, it takes courage today, but it's so important that they fall in love and get married, have children, more children than they think they're ready for and more than they think they can afford.
And the View women went nuts.
Ballistic.
Ballistic, crazy. Pretty much they said that it was like a backwards concept. I mean, that was kind of the summary of what they were mentioning, right?
Yeah, a quick overview. A few days later, that Monday, I came home, I did my podcast, ready to post all of our content on social media for the day, when I got a DM, a direct message on Instagram from a digital reporter at Fox, asking me to comment on all of the things the women of The View had to say about Isabel Brown. And I'm thinking, The View? I haven't watched The View in I don't know how many years. I really have to log on and watch this now. And they had dedicated an 8-minute segment to our conversation at CPAC saying, Isabel, this is a direct quote from Whoopi Goldberg, if you are telling young women to have as many children as they want, we are going to send you back to the past. In other words, you are not allowed to want children if you are a woman in our generation, supposedly all about choice, right, when it comes to female empowerment. But if that choice is to have a baby, that makes you outdated for our postmodern society, and that's somehow beneath women. And I think the biggest thing that I've learned in the last 8 weeks or so as all of this has unfolded is pretty simple. They weren't really interested in attacking me. Sure, they made all kinds of crude jokes about my husband and my breastfeeding journey as a mom, and that I shared that on social media.
Breastfeeding is very difficult. I don't know why anyone thinks it's like an easy task.
No,
Definitely
it's not,
easy.
especially as a full-time working mom.
Yeah.
But honestly, they weren't attacking me. They were attacking this timeless idea that your life is not supposed to be about you as a selfish individual. It's about laying your life down for others and giving new life to the next generation. Right. And that is the very damaging messaging that the left has normalized across all spheres of influence.
And you know what else the left has tried to normalize? Chest feeding. And let me tell you something, there is no such thing as chest feeding, okay, as us women. No. So it is truly, as a mother of 5, and, and I always say, like, God calls us for different roles. Like, not everybody has kids. Some people, don't get married, or they don't find, their significant other. God puts us all on different journeys, but we all play this, I say, almost motherly role. I mean, even though a person might not have kids, they might help, with their sister's kids or their brother's kids. So we all play this this important role of trying to being selfless, being caring, being loving, and giving of ourselves. But truly, I think motherhood is almost facing a crisis in this country, in the sense that I think there's a lot of mothers that feel very isolated. They're very concerned about the state of affairs. They're concerned about their children. We had this whole conversation yesterday about how young men, their sons, these women were saying that their sons, they're worried. Like, they are worried about this war in Iran. They are worried about how are they going to provide for their family if, in fact, they want to start a family. And so there are really concerns that I think even mothers are looking at their sons and saying, how is this all going to work out? Is that what you're hearing from your crowd?
Yeah, certainly. And I also think this crisis of motherhood is important to even back up before you become a mother entirely. We have so successfully convinced this generation to be anti-natalist, not wanting to have children, for a myriad of reasons, that it's going to destroy the planet because of climate change, and we're facing this overpopulation crisis. It was for that reason that the Los Angeles Times actually ran a headline weeks before the 2024 election: "It is almost shameful to want to have children." Real headline. And because of all this propaganda that we've now heard from The View, from TikTok trends like the girl with the list telling you all of the reasons that childbirth and pregnancy will literally kill you, it is now projected from most population analysts that by 2030, in just 4 years, 45% of 18 to 45-year-old women are expected to be single and childless. That is,
you said how many?
45% of childbearing age women in our country are expected to be both single, not partnered with someone for life, and childless, which is a record high for our society. And more than 2/3 of the world's population are currently operating below replacement fertility rates. That's expected to go up to 90% of the world's population by the end of this century. So in truth, we are facing a potential extinction problem of the human race, not an overpopulation crisis. But when it comes to this motherhood crisis, I think so much of it is because we've gaslit and convinced women that the most beautiful parts of womanhood, what God invites us uniquely to experience as women, that, no offense men, you could never participate in the creation of new life right alongside God, this divine miracle, that is somehow beneath us and needs to be outsourced to something else, which is why you've seen the rise of surrogacy, commercial surrogacy. You're seeing birth robots be developed in China, where in just a few years, you off the assembly line can purchase a $14,000 AI humanoid robot to grow and birth your baby for you.
It sounds like a movie.
It
Or
does.
Like a really horror movie, quite frankly.
Or Orwell, or Brave New World, something completely dystopian. But sadly, most people on the left have taken those books and those movies and those stories we've known for decades, not as a warning label, but as an instruction manual for our society. And that, of course, is manifesting now in this anxiety that I think so many young people and young families have related to how we pass our values down to the
I'm
next
going to open it
generation.
up to the audience. I do want to ask you one question. I think one of the other issues that we're seeing is this issue of, yeah, we want to have a bunch of kids. And don't get me wrong, I have 5 daughters. 3 of them are back there. Hi, ladies. And one of the things that I think we try to do, at least in our family, is to get them involved early in the work. And I would say the work and the passion of CPAC, and knowing that it is important for them to learn about these political issues and these policy issues. But this issue of affordability, which we're going to address a little bit later with some experts in the area, I mean, that's something that's also something driving, I think, like the concern of mothers. Like, how do they pay for having a big family?
Absolutely. Housing being just one tiny part of that. I read this week that for the very first time in American history, there are more than 630,000 sellers on the market who are not expected to have a buyer for their home. So there are more than 500,000 houses just sitting on the market today in our country that young families can't afford to purchase because of this continued problem of affordability that we've been having. I know the House just passed a very, very important bill at the request of President Trump this week to ban large corporations, multinational corporations like Blackstone and BlackRock from purchasing single-family homes. Hugely important. I wonder if it'll get a lot of traction in the Senate, but I think largely this concern about affordability and maybe frustration that you're seeing in a lot of the approval ratings for the administration, for Congress, and just conservatism in general among young people is getting skewed by the media as a sign that young people are leaving conservatism, that it was a short little blip on the radar, the Charlie Kirk effect for the last presidential election, and now they're going to sprint back to socialism and the Zohran Mamdanis of the world. In reality, what I'm hearing on social media, mostly from young men, is that they're frustrated Washington hasn't been conservative enough. They want to defund Planned Parenthood. They want mass deportations. They are not in favor of mass amnesty. They want to have a job themselves. And it's really demoralizing and frustrating, I think, when members of this body, of the House of Representatives, even from the Republican side, are introducing mass amnesty bills for 10 million illegal immigrants when there also happen to be, coincidentally, 10 million unemployed Gen Zers today in our country who are desperate for a job.
So that being the job issue, being a big issue on the Gen Z
Absolutely.
side as well. All right, I want to open this up for questions. Nadia, do you have a mic? Do you need a mic? You got it. Okay, you know what? You are first.
91.
God bless
Wow.
I've been in politics since I was 15 years old. That's a long time.
Wow. Who was president back then?
Who was president back then? FDR.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so.
You've outlived all of them.
No,
That's
actually,
great.
I think it was, I don't know, it was FDR or one of those. I can't remember now. All I know is I met Eisenhower when I was 22 and he loved me. Anyway, you want more children, yes? But you want the
I'm
right,
too old to have more children, but Isabel
I
can
do.
have more.
She wants more children, and some of the people here want more children. But you want the right kind of kids. You don't want kids that are going to be left-wing idiots. And I'll tell you how you get really good kids. I have 3 daughters. They're ultra-conservative. They're all, 2 of them are here. You do it in utero. You read them the Constitution at least once a week.
Amen.
In utero. And I swear to God, it works.
I'm taking that advice for sure with my next pregnancy. But there's something to that. And a huge component of what young people and young parents are deeply concerned about is also the education of our children. It is deeply concerning what most young children are learning in our public school system. And I think most people my grandparents' age and parents' age just aren't familiar with how far off the rails things have gone in education. So I'm hopeful we can continue advancing that. And I love seeing the homeschool revival of so many families wanting to educate on civics in particular.
I will say that in our family, and goodness, we are very imperfect, it's about going to church every Sunday together as a family. It's our tradition. We pray together, probably don't pray together enough. We need to do more of that. But I do think that the faith component is critical in letting these women, these girls, there's Connie Wilson, who I love, letting these girls be prepared for battle. Because the battles that they have to face as women of faith, I think it's not even conservatism. It is women of faith that they have to say, I have to stand up for my faith. I have to stand up for my family. I mean, we are the mama bears. Like, we're the ones that protect our cubs. And we have to prepare that next generation of women to say, listen, life is hard. Like, this idea that you guys have to be happy all the time and then you post on Facebook and Instagram, it's like, I'm so happy. It's all BS. It's not real. And it's about teaching them those values of saying what matters is God and family and, yes, country, because we have to make sure that we're able to have safe communities. We have to make sure we have thriving churches. And I think that's a critical piece of it as well as we're raising our children. And I hope I get to be 91, so I have lots of great grandchildren.
Amen to that.
Next question.
Comment and a question. Mercedes, for the Cubans, thank God for that indictment.
Amen.
Thank
yes,
God.
Thank God. It's about time.
Yes, it's about time. Okay, so in your stats, is it women of all races?
It
Really?
is, yes. And when you do zoom in on certain racial demographics in our country, it is pretty alarming the levels of propaganda that minority populations in particular have been facing from largely the abortion industry in convincing young women not to have children. Did you know today in New York City, if you are a black baby in the womb, you are more likely to be aborted than to be born?
Wow. That is
yes.
crazy. That's crazy.
It's interesting because, you know, I've been interviewing women from El Salvador in the DC. I went to the stadium, and I asked them questions. You know, what's the difference between a West Coast Salvadorian and an East Coast Salvadorian. And they all have businesses. These women and men that I interviewed, every single one of them has businesses. And they had kids all around them. So I kind of wanted to still believe that the Mexicans, Hispanics, Latinas are still having babies.
I mean, a lot are, don't get me wrong. There is a beautiful familial conversation happening with our generation right now, and though the statistics are pretty bleak, I'm fighting as hard as I possibly can, and many others are on social media to encourage more young people to have families. But I don't want to sugarcoat the reality that we are in a population crisis for our generation. We have been since my generation was conceived and born. In fact, 1/3 of Gen Z is not here today because of abortion alone. 1 out of every 3 of us were aborted before we were ever born. And despite the fact that Roe v. Wade was overturned a few years ago, thanks be to God, something we never thought would be possible in American politics, last year, because of this ramping up of mail-in abortions, because of a Biden administration policy change, we had a record number of abortions in America, nearly 1.3 million, 70% of which happened at home, alone in a woman's bathroom. So we have unique fights and unique challenges that we're facing today, even beyond just the blatant propaganda that is so anti-family for young women. But it is telling how much the left is willing to go in specifically targeting minority populations in the process.
Well, I'll just say thank you for your bravery. I've been following you for years, and the things that you face, and you still have such a smile, and you still bring the facts and are good to
Olivia, it's
people
because
that are
she's
not
young,
good to
okay?
Incredible. But with your generation right now, with young women, what you guys have faced in the last few years with the attacks, how do you see the next couple years looking with more young women speaking and being brave and having platforms in the face of just that, I don't know what else, just cruelty?
Yeah, I love this question. And I think I hear with more and more every passing day this sense of pessimism with young women, especially here in Washington and in the media, based on this warped understanding that every young woman is automatically progressive. There was a graph, a statistical graph that went very viral on social media this week. A lot of cable news stations ended up picking it up, where you saw the differentiation between men and women who were more liberal and who were more conservative. And it was a shocking gap. But I like to remind people that the attack on men and masculinity started far before the attack on womanhood. Everything remotely associated with masculinity was toxic and needed to be rid of from society. Men are built a little differently than us, and they naturally, I think, have this sense of individual skepticism and desire to fight back. Men tend to be more combative. It's a masculine trait. The left saw how effective they could be in fighting against young men. Not universally, they didn't eradicate masculinity, largely because there were voices like Jordan Peterson and Matt Walsh and Charlie Kirk who were able to speak up and encourage men to reconnect with their masculinity. However, that attack, that playbook, was deepened and strengthened and rewritten over and over again to be much more intentional and sinister with women. They don't want to call everything feminine toxic. They want to erase womanhood from society entirely. It's why you are a birthing person or a menstruator or a chest feeder. It's why the best women are men in our athletic competitions, in our sorority houses, in our beauty pageants, in our Woman of the Year awards.
Isabel, how did that start? Like, where did that start? Like, the craziness?
Well, it's a whole long deep dive to get back there, but shockingly, Mercy, I didn't know this until just a few years ago. This has been a playbook of the left for generations in order to get us to a point where the muddled reality between truth and fiction is no longer recognizable to the average person. And so much of that has to do with attacking truth, biology, and the family itself. It was here in the House of Representatives in the 1960s that the American Communist Party laid out this playbook 60 years ago, out loud into the congressional record, by letting people know that they wanted to take over the education system, they wanted to remove God and religion from society, they wanted to destroy art and beautiful sculptures and buildings so that beauty was unrecognizable, and of course, attack the family unit and go after gender in particular and who we are uniquely created to be as men and women. So all of that to be said, we could spend a PhD level dissertation course on this. The truth is, young women are now facing that pendulum swing back to fighting for womanhood that we've already seen from men. And you're going to see that continue to manifest in the next several election cycles. But from 2020 to 2024 alone, young women shifted 11 points away from the Democrat Party and toward the Republican Party, even in an election with a woman candidate.
Two final just questions here. One is, who has been inspirational in your life that has led you to be, and you're right, Olivia, it's not that she's just a woman warrior, she's like a happy woman warrior. I think I'm getting really grumpy, but I think it's because it's my age and I'm menopausal. But yeah, I want to see Isabel Brown in 20 years and then we'll talk. But like seriously, like who has inspired you to be this happy women warrior, and what's your message to these women that are going to go back to their states, back to their communities, as we prepare, as we're getting ready, and part of this is very much a working group to get the call to action as we get into the midterms.
I owe my career and my spirit to so many different people, primarily my parents, and they raised 3 beautiful daughters who are all doing our own spheres of influence right now. One's in medical school, one is working for Hallow, the prayer app, which is very exciting, and then there's me with a podcast every day. But my parents had a fantastic rule growing up as Catholic lawyers. We spent a lot of time talking about politics and religion at our house, that there is no such thing as a kids' table. And they expected us as children to watch the State of the Union every year, to read the newspaper with them in the morning, to talk with our aunts and uncles and extended family friends around the dinner table, and be able to carry ourselves with adult conversations very early in life, whether that's through a speech and debate tournament or just a cup of coffee with a friend. But truthfully, my career I owe entirely to one person, and that is Charlie Kirk, who I met as an activist on college campuses. I went to one of the very first ever Young Women's Conferences, which is now happening in a few weeks again in Texas. I'll be there. When there was just a few hundred people in a room just like this one in a teeny hotel ballroom. And Charlie decided a few months later he wanted to give one of his first ever campus speeches to my university at Colorado State. So we became friends in 2017, 2018, and it was Charlie who said, I don't think you're meant to be a surgeon the way that you think you are. Don't work in a fluorescently lit hospital for the rest of your life. Come work for Turning Point USA. And he is the definition of a happy warrior. Never had any time for blackpilling, was always excited about fighting for this next generation, and we owe so much to him, especially in his absence.
And your message to our crowd as we're getting ready to gear up for midterms.
Yes, hugely important. Midterm elections are right around the corner, although it may not feel that way, and so is the 2028 election. People are dramatically underestimating the impact of the young female vote in America today. Young women are completely disillusioned with our institutions. We are deleting our dating apps, we're quitting our birth control pills, we're doing speed dating, in-person speed dating events in places like New York City. The New York Times had to admit the other day the hottest club in New York City is the Catholic Church because Gen Zers are running back to church on Sunday. And we have this unique opportunity to seize young women in a place of brokenness right now, where they are constantly being screamed evil propaganda from every pillar of society from the left. If we can meet young women where they are at, not from a place of condemnation or anger and saying, I can't believe you have 37 pronouns and purple hair, but to say, we see you, we hear the lies that you have been told, we're here to walk with you into the truth, I think our country stands to survive another 250 years.
I just love Isabel Brown. Don't we just love her? We're so blessed to have you as part of this incredible movement.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
For our next panel, SheEO, please welcome Gabby Borosby, Catherine Christie, and Claire Dunn, moderated by Fanchon Stinger.
Well, good afternoon, women warriors. Let me hear it from our women warriors this afternoon. How many of you guys have been so inspired so far? So inspired. We are hearing so much truth that needs to be echoed across the country, and that is part of what today is. My name is Fanchon Stinger. I'm along with some dynamic ladies. You're going to hear from them in a few moments. But walking into this building today, it took me back to my career in television. I spent many days right out there in front of the camera reporting on what's happening in our nation's capital, but also what's happening around the world. And God put me in a career and gave me a platform for over 30 years where He called me to stand for truth, for honesty, for integrity, standing on my biblical values. And I did not realize in the beginning of my career that He would eventually use everything He taught me. As a journalist, as a television host, I did 4 shows a day. that he would eventually call me to start an organization to teach those values and those principles, how to live fearlessly to young ladies starting at 8 years old all the way into the mid-30s across our country. And that's what I am primarily doing now with some independent television work. But I grew up very shy, did not have a voice, barely spoke in school. I was a very good student, but I didn't have the confidence. And my parents thankfully gave me the foundation of my relationship with Jesus. And that is what got me through. And that's what we're going to talk about today, is making sure that our young ladies are equipped with not just the know-how, but with the tools. And the tools of courage, of bravery, of grit and grace, that's the name of my organization, begins with knowing who you are and how God has equipped you. Our young ladies today sit in class, they're afraid to raise their hand because they're afraid they're going to say the wrong things. They think that empowerment means how many followers you have. They've been told that if you look confident and look successful, then you are. But the Bible tells us that as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So we have to make sure that our young ladies understand what God says about them, the gifts he's given them, and the voice that he expects them to use wherever they are called to serve. But wherever we're called to serve, we always have to do it honoring faith, family, and this great country, freedom. So I want to talk about that today with our panel, and I'm so excited for you to hear from these ladies. I'm so excited to sit on the Ranchers panel, or the Ranchers Coalition, the CPAC Ranchers Coalition with Claire Dunn. Claire, you are a dynamic music artist, country music artist. You have traveled around the country, but a lot of people don't know what has fueled that passion, and it is your family history. Tell us a little bit about how ranching fits into who you are, quite literally.
Yeah, well, thank you, and it's such an honor to be here. I'm a fifth-generation farmer and rancher. That is what inspired everything about my music career, and that is what's given me the legs and the work ethic to have that career, which I'm so thankful for. But I noticed about a year ago, I started speaking up for agriculture because as a kiddo, that was not going on, even when I was experiencing success at first in my career, I wasn't going on vacations to the beach or to the mountains. I was going home quietly to work cattle. My sister and I are very involved in our operation. And about a year ago, I started speaking up for ag because there's so much confusion between the farmer and rancher and the American people. And this problem of misleading the American people has been going on for 4 or 5 decades, since before some of us were alive. And the thing that is happening in agriculture is it's not just about farmers and ranchers. It's about every single person in this room, every person listening on this stream. When we say agriculture, what that means is your food supply. Right now, we are under the boot jack of major monopolies. There's 4 meat packers that control over 85% of all the beef, all the poultry, all the pork, all the meat processed in this nation. 4 companies control it. 2 of them are owned by Brazil. When it comes to farming, our seed companies, 4 major corporations own it. When it comes to fertilizer, 4 major companies own it. And these problems are what fueled me to speak up for not just farmers and ranchers and not just rural Americans, but every single American, because we have the ability and the best land to grow all of our crops here in America. And those are some of the things that I feel fortunate that I've been able to speak up for, and I hope to continue to do that and try to educate people and close the gap between the reality of what our farmers and ranchers are facing and how that's going to impact the American people.
Yeah, and you are a powerful voice, Claire. Thank you for having the courage, because it takes courage to stand up and do a lot of what you're doing. We're going to talk about that in just a few moments. Catherine, you are one of the most powerful women in this country when it comes to business. You're the president of Florida Capital. When it comes to business, your legal background has also taken you to the top of the financial spectrum. Commercial real estate partnership, private securities. Share with the ladies here the foundation of your success, because culture defines success much differently than we who are grounded in our faith. will define success. What is the definition of your success and what catapulted you to where you are today?
Well, I attribute my success to my family upbringing. My grandparents, both maternal and paternal.
Use your microphone. Hold it closer.
Okay, a little, sorry.
There you go.
Now can you hear me? Okay. First of all, thank you for having me here. This is an amazing forum, and there's so many amazing women here present, both on stage and off stage, and all of us have, you know, a real opportunity to contribute to the outcomes of the elections in the midterms. So we all need to, you know, get out and vote and get our friends to vote and just vote our values. And that's really what's the most important thing. But my success, you know, I was shy too, okay? And I came from a rather diverse background. My grandmother was a Quaker, my grandfather was a Baptist, my other family members were Methodist or whatever, but I was born in Indiana, in a small town outside of Indianapolis. And so I had the blessing of growing up in a traditional small town environment back in the mid-50s and early 60s. And my grandfather and my grandmother, they lived next door to me. My grandfather was a volunteer fireman. He was a justice of the peace. And I would see my grandmother every day. And so I was brought up in a really well-loved environment. And they brought me to my faith as well. And I think that's the most important thing, is having the faith. And what they told me was that I could do anything that I put my mind to. That my grandmother, being Quaker, recognized the equality of women, and so they basically said there's nothing that you can't do that you don't put your mind to. And as long as you do the right thing, always do the right thing, you know, follow Christ and do the right thing. And so throughout my life, I always strived to do the right thing. And as we were talking earlier, when you have a challenge or whatever as a young girl, if you simply just step back for a moment and let that Holy Spirit guide you to do the right thing, it's so much easier to follow through and do the right thing. And help others, too. Help mentor others.
Yes.
My company, we've built over about $1 billion worth of real estate in multifamily. I work with, you know, I go on the construction sites. I see the men there. We make sure that everyone's paid fairly. We make sure all the subs are treated fairly. And we also manage, you know, our projects as well. And so we have a lot of ladies on site, and the staff, the maintenance staff, whatever. We always try to value every employee, make them feel they're part of the project, and they start to grow a sense of ownership. And so we always try to do the right thing again. And that's what I always say, when you have an issue with a resident or whatever, talk with them, find out what the problem is, do the right thing.
I think you mentioned two very important things, and it's the foundation of leadership, and it's the foundation of what our young people so desperately need in a world that's so loud. And it's two things, and it's biblical. It is, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. We start with our girls at 8 years old in Grit and Grace, which is my organization. We teach them that. And whenever they have a problem, or whenever they have a concern or a fear, they know to repeat that scripture. So when someone tells you you're a victim, when someone tells you you can't, when someone tells you something is hard, when you feel paralyzed by fear and questions, you have to go back to the truth. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And the next thing that you mentioned was, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. No matter what you do, if there's integrity, if there's truth, and when there's compassion there, based on your values, you will be successful and you will be a natural born leader. Gabby, I want to talk to you because you are a lady who has forged a whole new arena for the Latino community. You are the founder of the Latino Wall Street. Talk to me about your passion, how that led to you becoming the founder of Latino Wall Street, and what were the obstacles, the biggest obstacle you had to overcome?
Thank you so much for having me. That's a great question, right? How did everything start? And it's actually a pretty sad story. It came from something pretty traumatizing that happened to me. So I'm originally from Peru, and I grew up in a middle upper class family. My family wasn't poor. I went to a great school, spoke English since I was little, and all of a sudden, from one day to another, my father lost everything. right? He put all his eggs in one basket, one business. He had no financial education. He didn't diversify. He didn't have a retirement fund, a college fund, none of that stuff. He just did good in business. Doing good in business does not mean you have financial education and that you're financially secure. So I went from being in a bubble, right, 12 years old, my life is perfect. I went to a British school, had a great circle, safe neighborhood, in a very poor country, by the way. So I was a small percentage that, had a great life. And when he lost everything, that led me to just sit down and think at such a young age, what was missing? That if that piece was there, none of this would have happened. And I spent the next few years of my life trying to read, watch movies, just ask people, figure out, why did this happen? Just find answers. They could never explain it to me. So that led me, when I was 18 years old, to apply for a scholarship to NYU, where I got accepted. And when I went there, basically within a few months, I got my answer. People had financial education. My dorm was right next to Wall Street. It was like walking distance to the New York Stock Exchange. My circle at 18 became all these Wall Street people, these Wall Street traders in downtown Manhattan. And basically from one day to another, I was able to realize what was missing. That answer I had been looking for since I was 12. It was financial education that my family didn't have.
And it's interesting because all of you ladies pointed to your passion becoming your purpose. What is the most important strength that people need? Because women now, we are the future when it comes to educating, nurturing, mentoring, and equipping our young ladies. What is the most important value that you think that our young ladies need to know, or that women who want to step into their purpose and have and make a difference, what's the first thing or the most important thing, just very quickly because we're running out of time, that you would say that we need to remember?
I think boldness. Even just for me listening to the speakers before now, that's really encouraged me, because it is difficult to be bold, but it's so needed to be bold enough to speak the truth, because there's only the truth and everything else. And I think that's something that I was taught by the women in my family. I was raised by very bold, very gracious women, and they had that courage. So I think that's one of the things for me.
Catherine.
Well, that's what I was going to say also. But I think the other thing is just having self-confidence in yourself and always learning, always reading. You can learn anything. You can learn any trade, but you have to believe in yourself, and you have to believe that you can do that. And there are resources out there. Find people to help you, like your organization, mentor you. But you can achieve your goals if you believe in yourself.
I'm going to ask you, since you're in the financial sector, and this always comes up, for women who have an idea, who say they want to make more of an impact, who maybe want to start a business, how do they get the backing? What's the first step they need to take in order to make that happen?
Well, I think trying to find someone to mentor you. And, you really don't know. We talked about this earlier. You really don't know your life plan when you're young. But reach out. Do some self-investigation or self-examination. Look at what your strengths are and what your weaknesses are. Categorize those. And then find someone to help you continue to grow. And what will happen is God, and I've seen this so many times. I've seen this in my business, and it's a construction, but God always opens windows or doors. And so you have to be aware of that God is always moving through our lives every day, every step. And if you are just open with your heart and then listen and then look for confirmation, so you're making sure that you're not being deceived in some way, all those steps will help you fulfill your purpose. And God has your purpose already set out.
That's right. That's the most important lesson. Abby, for you, founder of Latino Wall Street, how did that come to be? Tell me just quickly, we've got about 20 seconds left, but tell me, what was the breakthrough? Because from going from a dream to a reality.
Yeah, the breakthrough was just, being in front of that contrast, that traditional school system, in my case it was NYU, and how people were still stuck, as teachers in their 60s, not being able to make ends meet in New York City, and then seeing my young friends not knowing what to do with so much money. That's when I realized I need to find out what is it that these people are doing. But most importantly, it's not just about making money. There's only so much money we can make. It's about being connected to your purpose. And why are we doing all this? You know, why are we waking up? And for me, it connects back to my story to help others so they don't have to go through what my family went through.
I want you to really process what we just heard here. We talked about leadership, we talked about success, we talked about courage. What does it take? It takes knowing who you are in Christ. Each of these women talked about it. It takes understanding how you've been gifted and the purpose that God has for you. It's not what the world tells our young ladies. It's about money. It's about chasing status. It's about chasing these things that are temporal. It is about, why did God create you? What did he equip you with to be used not for our glory, but for his glory? If we can teach our young ladies that, then we will have the next generation of Esthers, of Deborahs, of those ladies who are going to stand in the gap and continue this mission. And I just want to leave you with some hope today. What is possible when we do it? Well, at Grit and Grace Nation, we start with girls, I said, as young as 8 and into young professionals. So I want 2 of my young ladies to stand up because they are the next generation of who's going to be standing on here. We have Mary Jones, who is now, she was with us when she was 15 years old. She is now the manager of Grit and Grace Programming and Events Relations. And then we have 11-year-old Scarlett, who is in the Grit and Grace Online Leadership Academy, open to all young ladies across the country. Scarlett has already published 3 books, and she does not apologize for being equipped by God, for being bold and being confident. Miss Scarlett Bradke. You'll hear from her mom a little bit later. This is why we fight, and this is why we encourage our young ladies to adopt the values, the principles, but most importantly, understand who God made them to be so that we can ultimately fight for faith, family, and freedom in this great country. Thank you, ladies, so much today. Let's go out. Let's continue to be warriors. Thank you, ladies.
For our next fireside chat, Madam Chair, my kids just threw up. Please welcome the Honorable Megan Bauer, moderated by Mercedes Viana-Schlapp.
Okay, how are we doing? We want to keep engaging you all in these conversations, and I'm so honored to have Megan Bauer, who's assistant to the president, has worked in the White House first term and now second term, and is the cabinet secretary, meaning she pretty much has to babysit every single cabinet member. Literally, right? Literally, right? That's what you have to do?
Every single one of them. But they're phenomenal. They have the best. Man, that title hit a little too close to home.
Which one? The Madam Chair?
My kid just threw up. I mean, any moms in the audience who's been thrown up on this week?
All the time, all the time.
Lifetime, yeah.
So you've got 2 kids, two boys.
A little different path than you, a boy mom.
I know, the boy mom, which is crazy. But how are you finding this, compared from the first term, which I feel that, was during the time, it was like Kellyanne Conway, Ivanka, Sarah, I was there. We had like 11 kids between all of us. It was crazy. Like, I felt like we never got a break. Is this a different type of White House second term around with Susie Wiles in charge?
I think yes and no. I think it's still crazy, but having the first female White House chief of staff, she's the first woman to do it, but also the first mother. Right. So she gets it, she understands it. How many of you guys have been to the White House and walked, in the EEOB, that black and white marble? Those floors are always so special to me. And the reason is, the first time I stepped foot on them, I was 25 years old, single, no kids, and that was January 20th of 2017. When I came back to the White House on January 20th, 2025, I had a husband and 2 kids. Wow. And honestly, it was because of President Trump. I met my husband on the campaign. So I always think I was more stressed. This is crazy. How am I going to do it? But you just do it. And we have our own little cohort of kids now. We have the Millers about to have number 4. Caroline had number 2. We have the First Lady's Chief of Staff is about to have number 2. And the Hegseths and the Duffys we have a lot of kids.
There's a lot of kids. But part of this is the fact that with President Trump, his goal is really, how do we hone in on policies that work for families? And so as you're working with the cabinet, how are you seeing that this is a cabinet that's being forward-facing, out there selling the president's message when it comes to the wins the one big beautiful bill, the working on what the president's been able to do. Like, what's your sense as you're coordinating with the cabinet?
It's a focus, and it's something actually I think it aligns with their morals and values, is we have a cabinet that believes in the nuclear family, that believes in supporting moms, working moms. We've done a lot. We just, after Mother's Day, launched moms.gov. There was not a government website that actually could help expecting or new moms. In the Biden administration, they would have just sent you to Planned Parenthood, and actually, we would have just gotten rid of Mother's Day. So moms.gov is a bunch of incredible resources. It also connects to a bunch of incredible things the Trump administration's done, including Trump accounts, saving for your children's future. That helps take pressure off of you as a mom. Also, Trump RX, there's prescription drug costs being lowered there, and they really did focus on fertility drugs, but also children's drugs. There was this incredible drug that we just got for free that gives treatment to kids that, for deafness. We also see it in the policies. I mean, the incredible thing we just read out the bat, and I know you guys will have May Mailman here later, and she really spearheaded this, of removing men and women's sports. Everything is around the morals and values that our party aligns with, and that all starts with the family.
And do you think, as you're working with President Trump, as you're working with Susie Wiles, what is the focus as, you're talking about all these moms that are in the White House. What are the challenges that you're facing as a mom dealing with having such a large responsibility?
I think it's balance. It's and that's really with everything. There's the only thing that's certain about this Trump administration or any presidency is that we only have 4 years to get everything done. Right. So you take intentionality and not only into your time of what you do and what you're going to accomplish, but then you do it at home. Every morning when I wake up, I pray. I'm like, Lord, please expand the hours of my day. So if it's only 5 minutes I get with my kids, to them that felt like 2 hours, and to me it felt like an hour. Really important for that. And I think President Trump has been that, and getting things done that the Americans can feel almost immediately. I mean, in our first year, we did 210 executive orders. That's incredible. We couldn't do that in 45 because we
And you had the FBI, and you had the Russia hoax, and you had all the negativities that Trump was facing. This is a very, I think, play on offense type of administration the second time around.
It 100% is, and we know what we want to deliver because we saw Biden try to destroy our country for the last 4 years. So now we're coming into it saying, no, we want to build up America. We want to build it up in a way that lasts too, for future generations.
And build it up for families, being one of the
100%.
big things. Now, your mom was one of these hardworking women. We were having this conversation. My oldest, when I worked at the White House, literally had to take the bus from her all-girl Catholic high school to go to the White House and wait for me because my meetings would go late. And she told me the other day, she said, Mom, I wish I would have listened more into your meetings so I could have learned a lot more being in there. But it really is a huge sacrifice. How are you balancing it all out between being the mom, being present, and also your mom's lessons to you in what you're doing today?
I'm so glad my mom is my best friend. I feel like everyone feels that way though about their mom, and that's the most special relationship. I think the coolest thing is to watch your mom become a grandmother and the relationship she has. I only have girls, so I come from a girl family, like the Shop household, and I actually went to the same high school that your girls went to, a great Catholic school just right in DC, and I don't know any different. I didn't have a stay-at-home mom, which I had a mom that worked every single day, and yes, it was hard at times. Yes, Mercy, you asked, did I ever get left? I go, yeah, I've had to call my mom. I've had to take the bus. I've had to.
Yeah, we were saying, did you ever, mom forget you at school? And she's like, yes, of course.
Of course, yes. Did they not show up to a thing here and there? Yes, of course. But I always knew they were doing it for something good. My mom served as the deputy secretary under Secretary Ben Carson at HUD. And we always think about housing, and I go, well, housing is where the home and the family starts. Right. You can't teach your kids the word of God or the Pledge of Allegiance or if you don't have a roof over your head. So how do I balance it now? Well, my mom and dad help a lot, but I also have an incredible husband. My husband helps support and understand. He's such a modern dad in that sense that it's an equal load. We don't ever like tally, oh, I did this or that. And I know that I'm better for it because my father was actively involved in my life, and I know that my boys will be better because of it. But you also have other people to lean on. You have incredible women from Trump 45 that I look at you, I'm like, how did you do it? Because I'm trying to figure it out every day. And you really, when you go to work and you have an environment that supports you for being a mom, you can do it better.
Yeah. And how about the faith component? You grew up Catholic. Yeah. That also being a big component in your family.
That is probably the most important thing. That hour on Sunday, while I'm at church with my family. Well, if any of you guys have ever gone to church with kids, it's not. But I mean, that's the beautiful part. If you don't hear kids screaming and crying in church, then it doesn't feel like church to me. Man, my faith is probably the most important thing. I actually had the great honor of traveling 2 weeks ago with Secretary Rubio to meet Pope Francis.
Pope Leo.
Oh my gosh, should I just say?
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's called
Pope
the Mother-
Leo.
Yes.
We went to actually where Pope Francis is buried,
There you go.
his gravesite with Mrs. Rubio. We met Pope Leo. And
Did everyone make up already? Are we in a better place?
We are. We really are, because I think what we all understand is this nation thrives when religion thrives, and that we need to continue to do that. You know, we work in a White House that the day Charlie Kirk was murdered, Susie had senior staff and other staff in her office at the end of the day just to kind of gather us all. And she finished the meeting, and is Heidi Overton speaking? She's a wonderful woman I work with at the White House. And she said, Susie, can I please pray? And we all gathered together to pray. And we have incredible White House faith office that the president puts such an emphasis on faith that they have an office in the West Wing. And I think Jenny Korn's joining us,
Yes, she is joining us, yes.
She's phenomenal. You guys are lucky.
They would joke around, my little office in the West Wing was called the West Wing Chapel because I had so many young staffers, especially young women, coming to my office almost crying because it was like so stressful all the time. I'm like, we're just gonna pray. Just sit here and we're gonna pray. I do wanna open it up to the audience because it's really important. We really wanna make this interactive. These women are the ones out there in their communities making a difference. And so I wanna make sure we can get some audience questions in on what Megan does in her role as she's literally leading the cabinet to making sure they're going to the right places, we're rolling out the right policies, right? And
Absolutely.
And that's a big role that you're working on.
Policy coordination is key. We need to make sure, I mean, there are massive agencies. 1/5 of the US GDP runs through HHS. So we need to make sure that they're all in line with the president's priorities. And that comes down to really all working together. And a lot of it comes through communication.
I want to ask you who your favorite cabinet secretary is, but I don't think that's fair.
No, that's like choosing your favorite. Who's your favorite daughter? Come on.
Everybody knows this. Ava. And the girls all know it too. It's Ava just finished all of her finals in high school today. She's the favorite child because she's so loving and just like one of the most unselfish daughters, and the girls all agree.
I mean, Susie, obviously, is my favorite one. Come on,
there
she's
you
my
go.
boss.
All right, let's open it up to the audience. All right, don't be shy. Come on. Oh, there we go. We have a few of our guys here too, which is great.
One of the things I wanted to ask is, how has President Trump been able to retain so many of his cabinet secretaries? You've only had a few that have actually had to leave for various reasons.
That's such a good question. Yeah, that's actually, we really haven't had much turnover. And I think that's because the president had 4 years to think about when he became president again, what he was gonna do. And he found men and women that were really aligned with him. And he keeps an open line of communication with them. He's regularly meeting with his cabinet and having open and honest conversations with them. And I think it also just comes down to the culture that's been created around them. The cabinet, when they get together, it's like a big family gathering. It's really special. So I think it's a combination of we just picked the right people, but also they all like it. And they all feel like he picked them because they were there for the right reasons. They were charged to help fix our country, and they don't want to leave until that job's done.
And I think they're great communicators, and I think they have great chemistry. That's what it seems like. There's no like infighting, I think, that we've seen in previous administrations. Next question. Oh, Barbara's got one.
Hi, neither of you might like this question, but I'm going to present it anyway. Ronald Reagan always said that if you're with me 80% of the time, you're my friend, and we're in the same party and all of that. It may be the way certain things are portrayed by the media, but one tends to get the impression that President Trump's standards are a little narrower. You've got to be with him 98% or 99%. Am I right or wrong?
That's a good question, too.
No, the president actually warmly welcomes people. He wants people around him that are going to give him different opinions. And I mean, would you ever think when we have people in the cabinet that ran against him, whether that be in 2016 or this last time, you have to have open and honest debate and conversation. That's when the best ideas come from.
I also want to add, I think the president wants fighters. So I think one of the things we don't have here in Congress is that you have some of these members who have spent more time trying to stop the president than help the president. And I think the president knows he has a short window to get stuff done, and he's not going to deal with these people who are just going to be obstacles. And obviously, I think he's just like the kingmaker. Like, he knows who is going to deliver, who's going to fight for him in Congress. And that's why I think, for example, he picked a Ken Paxton over a John Cornyn, because we just see their records and it's like, okay, who's the guy who's going to fight to make sure we get the America First policies done? So I think that's a part of it as well.
I think what we're seeing, what we couldn't get in 45, is we have people like Mark Cuban coming, asking to come to the White House to work with the President of the United States because Mark Cuban has his cost-plus drugs. We have Trump RX. Well, we put that together. We're saving millions of dollars for the American people for for better prescription drug prices. We never had that in 45, and that's just the art of the deal. That's the way the president gets people to come, is that, yes, he endorsed Kamala Harris. He obviously had some screws loose then, but they're coming to the table.
You're saying Mark Cuban, not Trump, right? No,
yeah, obviously, yes.
What was Mark Cuban thinking? I don't know. All right.
Yeah, and they called him out on it, don't worry.
I know. Last question. Oh, we got one over there. I love how the men are asking the questions. This is hysterical. This is great.
The question is, has any other president ever televised his cabinet meetings, and how did the idea of doing this come about?
Wow, that's such a great question. That's probably one of my favorite parts about the job is our cabinet meetings. We have one next Wednesday, and it's going to be a really exciting one. The president is so open, and I think Joe Biden had 7 cabinet meetings total in his 4 years, and 2 of which his wife chaired. She's not a member of the cabinet.
He needed help.
Yeah. So he said, look, these are the top people in my U.S. government. Let's show the American people what we're doing for them. And what you get on TV is what you get. It's funny, those will go on for hours, and the cabinet's there, and they're working, and they're ready. And I think it's great to have this transparency. You really know and understand what you voted for.
Okay, last question here. And I've been asking, you're one of the women warriors, and I really feel this is something we were wanting to start here at CPAC because we want women to have a community to know, like, their voices are critical, especially as we're going to the midterm elections. What's your advice? What's the message that you want to hear that they can go back and say, listen, this is what the president's doing, and this is why we need to make sure, we have Republicans in Congress and basically at all levels of government?
Well, first of all, I'm only a woman warrior because you did it first. And we're able to do that because of you. So thank you for carving a path for me and other women, and hopefully young women in the audiences know. I mean, I always have to say this in my things. Get married, or fall in love, get married, and have kids. Best thing you're gonna do. The career, it will all fall in line, I promise. You have to get out there and know that President Trump is fighting for you every single day. The man does not sleep. He works constantly, and he's trying to make sure that not only most importantly, I think the next generation. He's getting rid of these woke universities trying to indoctrinate our children and then put us into debt. He is fighting to make sure that America continues to thrive for another 250 years.
Amen. I agree with that as we're celebrating America's birthday. Megan Bauer, rising star in the White House, amazing, and thank you for your service.
Thank you for all you're doing here at CPAC.
For our next fireside chat, Faith in Action, Women Leading with Purpose. Please welcome the Honorable Cheney Korn, moderated by Mercedes Viana Schlapp.
This is crazy. I get 2 of my friends. This is so nice. Okay, I am so excited to have Jenny Korn with me because I've known Jenny Korn for like my whole entire life. But Jenny, we were just talking to Megan. We just rededicated America. Walk us through what the Faith Office is doing and how this concept came to being.
Well, first of all, Mercy, she's one of my best friends, and we've been together since 2004 in the trenches, and it's amazing to see.
And we're only 20. It's
That's
amazing.
right. I know. Well, I was 2 years old when I started. So thank you to CPAC, and thank you for expanding CPAC outside of the first mission.
Yeah.
And now there's Latino, there's women, so it's so important to be reaching all of the different demographics in our country.
And faith being one of the most important.
And faith. So as Mercy said, I'm the director of the White House Faith Office, first ever created White House Faith Office. There's been initiatives, there's been partnerships, community-based, but there's never been a dedicated White House Faith Office in the West Wing as a direct report to the president working on policy that affects people of faith. So we're super, super excited about that. It would only happen with President Trump. But on Rededicate 250, wow, it was a huge lift. The concept was wonderful to say, hey, we want to rededicate our nation back to God where it was founded. So anybody who screams at you separation of church and state, that only means that the government can't dictate to you what religion you can be. It does not mean that people of faith don't have a voice in their government. Thank you. So what we saw, it was amazing. 50,000 people on the National Mall from every walk of life. And I have a parking spot at the White House, so I parked there and I walked the 7 blocks. And people were in line for 3 hours to get in. But what I saw, and it was really hot. If you were here, it was 91 degrees. But if you saw what I saw, people were praying together. They were singing together. I saw people praying over some of the homeless people that they saw. And then just to get inside, and everybody there was there for one purpose, to humble themselves and rededicate this country back to God. So it was very powerful. We had, Franklin Graham, we had Speaker Johnson, we had Chris Tomlin. It was 6 hours of programming. So it was an amazing, powerful time. And Lou Engle got up. I think the most powerful moment was, he said, if everybody could join me kneeling and let's humble ourselves before God. That got me. Like I was choked up. And so it was a great day, and I feel like we did what we're supposed to do. We invited God into Washington, D.C., where he's needed.
Much needed. Much needed.
And it was great. And so, the rest of the year is going to be great, too. The president, as you know, loves to celebrate and do things big. So a lot more coming. But
a lot more coming. I want to ask you because, I was really praying this morning. I was reading the Bible, and it came to me, these great, the apostles, really, and how they spread the gospel. And they were persecuted, and they were killed. And it was, obviously they never stopped loving God and doing what was right to spread the gospel. And I think part of this is what is our role in spreading the gospel, spreading our faith across not only our nation, but across the globe. How did you fall into this role?
Right, so this is definitely not where I started.
Yeah.
I was knocking doors and making phone calls, grassroots.
In California.
In California, of all places, when it wasn't super left and wasn't super woke yet. There was no super majority of Democrats, and you could get bills passed, and it was actually pretty moderate state. And I joined College Republicans, which was amazing, and I saw that one person absolutely could make a difference. I could go up to somebody's door and 9 times out of 10 convince them to vote for my candidate, my issue, my ballot measure. If I knew what I was talking about, I had conviction about it, because most people are too busy to educate themselves on what is happening. They're busy taking their kids to soccer practice, to school, to doctor's visits, working, and so the minutia, who's your congressman, who's your mayor, those things matter. And so I had a career in politics, really, running campaigns, which is my passion. And then I started doing coalitions, the Latino coalitions. That's where Mercy and I really got close. And in Office of Public Liaison, that's where I worked at the White House, I had to oversee all coalitions. And faith was one of those coalitions. And that's where I met Pastor Paula, who is President Trump's pastor for the last 25 years. And we started working together on faith. And it just became so... important to me, and what I saw, unfortunately, under Obama, and then obviously under Biden, is that the federal government was taking away the rights of people of faith, their religious rights. So I went to Paula after we got kicked out of the White House the first time, and I said we had built a coalition of about 32,000 faith leaders from every denomination, every ethnic background, from every state in the country. I said, you can't give this up. And so we created National Faith Advisory Board, and so those 4 years that President Trump was out of office, we specifically were working in the faith community. We would bring pastors around him every 3 to 4 months. And then we went to him in March of 2024 with this plan to have the faith office. And unlike any politician who would say, thank you for your idea, you know this, and we'll get back to you. Immediately, he's like, I love this, I love that. He put, his marks on what he wanted, and then he called Susie up, the chief of, or she was a campaign manager at the time, so Susie, Paula and Jenny are gonna walk you through this. He goes, I wanna do this when I get into office. And thus, that became my core, focus on faith.
And I got to tell you something. So we did work. We have our Center for Defeating Christian Persecution, for ending Christian persecution. I went to Jenny directly. I was like, can we come meet with you? Can we brief you? She met with our coalition partners, listened, and I think like several days later, we had this big announcement that the president was going after the Nigerians, Islamic radical militants. And it was, and basically making, they were going after and putting sanctions on them. And it was a huge win for those Christians being persecuted. A lot of these Christians are women, obviously, and their children that are being slaughtered by the Islamic militants in that area. So it's like he really has taken on this role of saying, how can we protect Christians, not only in the United States, but abroad. You just wrapped up the Religious Freedom Commission. What came out of that?
So the report is coming up, so that'll be by July 4th. But what we were able to do is get some of the best minds, theologians together from the Jewish community, the Catholic, Christian, Muslim community, and go, what is the meaning of religion in America? And Eric Metaxas is part of that, who's brilliant, Kelly Shackelford, people who really are for religious freedom and fight for religious freedom on a regular basis. But I feel like an archaeologist sometimes, like we're uncovering so much religious bias in the government, not just the federal government, the state government, county governments who are using zoning laws to go after houses of worship. Yeah, there was a house of worship in Florida that every year they do, this is a side note, but like an Easter egg hunt. Well, that church started to support this president a little bit more vocally, and all of a sudden, the local leader, the mayors, the council said, you cannot do that egg hunt anymore. You've got to do X, Y, and Z. They're like, wait, no, this is our property. This is what we can do. So they had to fight it, and they didn't win this year, but then the next year they went and said, no, we're going to do this. I forgot all the exact details. But so even at the local level, if there's a way for people who are woke or who are, I just call them anti-faith, will go after these houses of worship. And so we were able to talk to so many people, kids who have been discriminated in their own schools. A little fifth grader who was made to read a sexual book to a kindergarten, and his faith was so prominent in his life that he told the teacher no. He goes, I believe in Jesus Christ, and I'm not going to read this book. That had to go all the way to their courts, and they're still in the courts right now. But his parents are like, we're going to fight. So things like that, a nurse, go ahead.
Yeah, and the kid who was reading his speech he was valedictorian, and he had to like revise it, like he had God in it, and so he had to take out anything dealing with God. I mean, the craziness, right. Complete craziness.
So you could do all the other stuff that they want you to do, all the woke stuff, but when you bring faith or God, again, separation of church and state does not mean you cannot be your faith. You can wear your faith on your sleeve. I think people of faith under Biden felt like they had to be in the closet. And President Trump has really said, no, you can come out of the closet and be faithful, show your faith, and we're going to stand up for our rights here.
So as we're going into the midterms, you're listening to a lot of these faith leaders. What are they hearing on the ground? Like, what are their major concerns? What are the issues that we should be thinking about as we're going out to our own communities?
So the biggest thing, and again, we're just so blessed to have this faith office. We get they said that we get the most mail besides the president because people have found out about us, and it just says Faith Office. And we get people who are in prison, we get people who are down and out on their luck, we get people who are joyful, we get just from every walk of life who feel like there's a connection between them and our office, and again, because of the president. But what we're hearing, gosh, they want to just make sure that religious freedom is going to prevail, that we are going to be the beacon of religious freedom for the world. And that's what we're hearing from foreign leaders too. The biggest thing is we're showing them what the discrimination was, so we're unveiling that. In fact, we have a documentary that just came out, premiered at the Kennedy Center on Monday night. We knew that you wouldn't read like a 1,000-page report, so we did it in a 90-minute video, and that will be for release. So CPAC could show it.
Yes.
Churches are going to be able to show it. There's so much to talk about, sorry. So, but what we're hearing is we're educating them and we're equipping them so that when President Trump is no longer in office, that people of faith will stand up for their religious freedom, understand what it was that the government was doing, understand their rights, and they will fight for it no matter who the next president is.
And you've done something remarkable. You've also then had several, you literally have a faith leader, a faith director in every single agency. That's very unique, right?
Think of it, the Department of Justice, State Department, HHS, HUD, SBA, you name the department or agency, we have a faith director there, again, who is looking at what is happening and basically the anti-religious bias that was there, fixing that. And then there's other things, like with State Department, we're doing a lot on the international front.
Yes.
With Africa, with Europe, with so many countries in Latin America.
And you went to Africa.
We did. We went to 5 different countries, and guess what? The president actually asked me, he goes, what did you learn when you were over there? I said, well, 1, they love America. 2, they are a strong Christian nation. Yes. I mean, strong Christians there. We went to revival after revival of thousands of people. And 3, they love you, Mr. Trump. They did. They were like, please tell Mr. Trump that we love him and we thank him for everything that he's doing. So I really learned that Africa is our partner and that we need to do more because it is the bastion of Christian civilization. It truly is.
Right, which of course we've seen that the Islamic militants are doing everything they can to destroy that. I would love to open this up to the audience now. So, oh, perfect. We have our mic person. They are coming. And I see Connie Wilson. I just want to recognize Connie because I remember during 2020, Connie, we did all these, and you were involved in this too, we did all these prayers with all the Christian prayer warriors for the Trump campaign in 2020. Really prayed a lot for that election. And really, I think, had a lot of incredible connections that we have there. So thank you, because I know you've been so involved in that as well. Okay, first question.
First, thank you so much for being here, obviously, with all the fantastic information. As an American, or as an America, we really believe on the freedom of the religion, faith, respect for everything. But the problem is, as you said, in Africa, South Sudan, they are killing all the Christian. They are completely persecuted in practically all over the world, even though in the Western country like France, we don't even go there, they are persecuting Jewish community. What we can do to stop the Sharia law in United States, because this is really end of our own freedom for the Christian, because Sharia law, it is Iran, and I was born in Iran, raised in France, and I moved 30 years ago to United States, but I saw 30 years ago France today because the crime against the anti-Semitism, it was really high 40 years ago in France, and they didn't do anything about it. And today, it's really, France is lost, all Europe is lost. We are I'm talking about the United States, it is the last bastion of the freedom for the religion, for everything, human rights. What we can do to stop the Sharia law to invade our own wonderful country. Please help us.
Well, thank you there's a lot in there, packed in there, and it's so important. I will tell you, after we came back from Africa, when we talked to the president, and we had all these things like, what could we do in Nigeria, right? Like, what are the parameters? Because it wasn't the Nigerian government that was persecuting the Christians, but they weren't doing anything about it. There was a few things. One, it was like, okay, too big of a problem. We don't have the equipment we need. We can't do it, but they weren't going after it, right? And then they made up an excuse. But the president, so we came with a slew of solutions that we worked on with NSC and our partners at State Department. But the president, and goes to the president's mind, he goes, but they keep killing Christians. But they keep killing Christians. So I want you to get in his mind, because he didn't care about, he did, but that wasn't his focus about, oh, sir, we could do this, this, and this. He wanted to stop the killing. He wanted to make sure. And so I think you saw that he posted once, and then the Nigerian government said, no, that's not happening. He didn't like that. So he posted twice, and then they kind of hemmed and hawed, and then he posted a third time. That prompted their government to come and meet with us. And we literally sat across from the highest levels of government in Nigeria, and we let them know, cat's out of the bag. Like, Nicki Minaj is talking about this on social media, and she's out there. Fox News. So we were showing them all the reports in America that you can't wait this out on this president, because a lot of the leaders we're just going to wait out the president to not do that. So they came to the table, and now they are systematically, our counterterrorism is working with their government, our government was working with their government, they are purchasing the equipment that they need to then go after the terrorists. Like, that took that was because the president was willing to do that and raise it to that level. So we're looking at other countries as well, because that's not the only country. Nigeria is not the only country. The second thing I'll say to that is, and then I'll address the exact question, is that we are working with other countries who are coming to us asking us, what do you do in your faith office? We want a national faith office. So now we're going to have all these other countries in Latin America, in Africa, in Europe. Italy is going to be probably the first one. And they, to me, are going to be that beacon of hope in Europe. You can clap for Italy, yes, okay. So imagine, and they call the UN, they're like, you know what the UN stands for? And this is like 5 different people in Africa, not related. Utterly nothing.
Oh, that's a good line.
And so they said they believe that having these faith offices and this coalition of faith across the world will be the way we get peace, because it'll be like the Franklin Grahams, the Paula Whites of these other countries who are all talking to each other and holding each other accountable. And then on the specific question, Sharia law is not compatible with our federal law, and so that will not be tolerated in the United States.
Yeah, that is right. I want to say when CPAC launched its Center for Ending Christian Persecution, it really came to being, I think it's because of the Holy Spirit, but it was truly because all these coalition partners, these experts, were all coming to us saying, can you all be the platform to really amplify this message? And I think we were the first conservative group to really do that in bringing together all these partners, working with the White House to bring and elevate this issue. And then we had our international conference for ending Christian persecution, which you were part of too, Jenny. We got like millions of views on that as well. So the mere fact, to your point, that these European countries and other countries don't even talk about this issue, they've ignored the Christians and let these people just die. And it's like you see the images of these burnt bodies of people holding rosaries or crosses, and they burn down their churches, and we literally go and just get like a lavender matcha. Like, what's going on there? Like, come on. Like, we as Americans, we have to be that voice of morality, right? And be their voices, because they're getting tortured and murdered in the process. Next question.
I would just like to follow up on the Sharia law, and it goes way back through history, and education is key on knowing who our enemies are. And Christians have been slaughtered, and Jews have been slaughtered ever since Muhammad came on the scene. And if you look in the Muslim Brotherhood mantra and their doctrines, they will never stop. And that's why this has to be taken very seriously, and know the enemy and go after them and educate the public, educate our students. American history we're not taught about our own Judeo-Christian founding, and it's just education is key. And I think that has to be really dealt with.
And
very
Jenny, like the
seriously.
president just read for the Bible, the Museum of the Bible too. Walk us through that.
So we were asked to do, it's called America Reads the Bible, where we read the Bible from the beginning to the end in 1 week. The president participated, I did, Speaker Johnson, Kevin Hassett. Oh, if you don't know who Kevin Hassett is, he's the director of the National Economic Council. This goes to the people of faith who work for the president. They stop by our office all the time, and Kevin stopped by to say hi, and he goes, "What are you working on?" And I said, Susie Wiles, our chief of staff, is gonna read for America Reads the Bible. And he goes, "Oh, tell me about that." And I told him, and he goes, "I wanna read." And then he had his Bible verse that he wanted to read, so we got him involved. And
I have to do with numbers?
Yes,
No, I'm
1 Peter.
Oh, there you go.
No, not numbers, that's funny. But the whole point of what you're saying is why we exist. So what we're doing, I think I have the Caro's here, but I don't know the exact number, but we've brought in person, about 10,000 faith leaders in the White House. And if you know how small that the White House is, that's a feat in itself, but we've reached about 42 million people of faith with our message. So if they want, we have a weekly or bi-weekly newsletter, bi-monthly, sorry, every other week. I get that confused. Newsletter that has what we are working on, and then once a month we do a national conference call where we have leaders like the president, like the vice president, like Marco Rubio, and we update you on what we're doing. Because here's the thing, our office is not guaranteed for the next administration, even if it's a Republican. It's because President Trump is in office that we have that office. So we are educating and equipping people of faith, because you guys know you're here, so that means you're truly active. There's a lot of people who are like, "Oh, I go to church every Sunday. There's no problem. My pastor has every right of freedom of speech. He says his speeches." So it's not widespread enough to where we're, at England State right now, or where London is right now. But it's happening. Under Biden, he had IRS agents watching the sermons of pastors, seeing if they were going against the Johnson Amendment, and then giving them a fine and a letter. Imagine like you're just a medium-sized church and you get a letter from the IRS.
Yeah.
You're gonna stop. The process is the punishment, and they weaponize the government. But we are uncovering that, and we are educating our people so that they could be active. Everybody has to be active. But we're doing exactly what you're saying, and we're getting the youth, we're getting youth pastors in, and we're just making sure that people are aware of their rights. Because people they get lazy and complacent, and they're like, "Oh, I have my freedoms," until one day you don't have your freedoms. So we're gonna continue to fight and continue to build the coalition of people who are fighting for
Let's take one more question in the back.
Hi, thank you so much for this panel. I wonder, does your office do international advocacy for Christians? There is a Christian man from Karachi, Pakistan. He had a special needs child, and so he became friends with other parents who had special needs. And he was serving them, showing love of Christ. And for Christmas, he gave them gifts to the families, and he included New Testament. And because he shared New Testament with those families, he is imprisoned right now. Does your office do any advocacy work?
Yes, and like I said, we meet with the ambassadors, we meet with foreign leaders from all the different countries. We are working with Japan, South Korea, China. If you heard the president mention the family of the imprisoned pastors who are in China right now. So those have gone to the highest level. So yes, we are, when the cases come to us, we advocate and we work with the State Department. And we've had a few, they're not ready to be released yet, but a few successes of people that we were able to be released or their charges dropped. But it is a problem. There are countries who their law says if you proselytize, you will be put in jail. So that's their law. So it's a little bit harder like in China because that's their law. So you go against it. It's like in our country, if you go against the law, we put you in jail, right? So that's why having these national offices around the world is so important, because we're showing them what religious freedom really is and that we want them to match our religious freedom. And I'm going to tell you, Africa and Latin America are probably the two best examples of people who want to follow that. And that, so but the short answer is yes, and hopefully we'll have a few to be able to announce in a couple weeks. But we are working on those a lot harder when it's the law in those countries. But again, when we met with Nigeria, they told us that our constitution is the closest to your constitution than in any other country in Africa. And I said, that's great. I said, but it matters who the president is.
That's right.
Because our constitution has been exactly the same since its founding. But in the Biden administration, he bastardized that constitution and weaponized the government. So we told them, just because you have that constitution doesn't mean the output is what matters. What you do is what matters.
I'm sorry, we're gonna have to wrap up here, but I do want you to just final message here for these women who are gonna go back to their communities, go back to their churches. What's your message to them on the sense of how they can best be that happy woman warrior as we're gonna go into these midterm elections and as we're going into these next, what are we saying, like 3 years of Trump presidency?
Right. Oh, first, a fun little tidbit. During the Christmas party at the White House, the president said, you know, we've got 3 years and 2 months left. He goes, you know what that means in Trump years? We're like, what? An eternity. Yeah. Because the president is getting so much done that you probably don't even know half the things that are getting done. I have to go back and read and go, what did we do last week? Because if it doesn't have to do with my portfolio. But what I have to say is, one, and Mercy and I are a product of this, when you fight for what you believe in, your voice will be heard. And you can get to the highest levels of government if you truly believe in what you are doing. And I feel privileged in this country. My family came from Mexico, and my grandfather came on the Bracero program. So I love this country. This country is amazing. We're celebrating 250 years, our anniversary this year, but our country is not guaranteed. Our freedoms are not guaranteed. It is up to each of us as individuals to fight for what we believe in and not be complacent. And my message is, go back to your community. Let them know about the White House Faith Office. Let them know that this exists, that there are people in there because of President Trump who are fighting for religious freedom on a daily, hourly basis, and that we are here for you. And then also let them know to, tune into our newsletter and come on our calls. But you make a difference. You affect your church, you affect your congregations, you affect your family, your friends. Don't be shy. Make sure that you're spreading the news and letting them know we cannot be complacent. We have to fight for every freedom that we have and that we want in the future.
Jenny Korn, thank you so much.
For our next panel, Maha Moms, Keep Calm and Mom On. Please welcome Amanda Radke, Ann Fundner, Ann Miller, moderated by May Mailman.
All right. So although this is the Maha Moms panel, we're just going to talk about all sorts of health stuff, and you can ask your personal health questions at the end. Just kidding. So quick intro of the panelists here. So first we have Amanda Radke, and Amanda is a fifth-generation rancher in South Dakota, and she and her husband operate Radke Land and Cattle, an Angus operation. You can tell me what I missed there, Angus.
You're good.
Okay. And they have 4 kids, and Amanda advocates for strong agriculture policy and is the author of 12 children's books, mostly teaching kids about where their food comes from. And next is Ann Fundner. Ann, her 15-year-old son, unfortunately died in 2023 from fentanyl in a counterfeit pill. She has since become a strong advocate, helping to pass Weston's Law in New Jersey, And also, the HALT Fentanyl Act is one of Trump's achievements that we can talk about as well. Ann Miller. So if you remember the name Ann, then you'll know two of the panelists here. Ann Miller is a nurse practitioner of 27 years and has experience treating everyone from newborns to the schlaps. Strong as oxes, yeah. I think Anne also has a very unique COVID experience that I was hearing about in the back. But we will start with our food. So, Amanda, President Trump recently revamped the USDA dietary guidelines, beautiful website. But can you tell us a little bit about how that change is going to make Americans healthy again?
Well, the dietary guidelines for Americans were created in 1980, and I can say it's been one of the worst experiments in human health that we have seen. Since its inception, we have seen an increased rate of diabetes, cancer, heart disease, obesity, anxiety, and depression, and largely this is because so many lobbyist groups, special interests, animal rights activists, climate change extremists have distorted those guidelines that has led to a sick and weak nation. And so it was a breath of fresh air to see that food guide pyramid get flipped upside down. President Trump and Secretary Rollins say, hey, the secret to a healthy, active lifestyle is what we've known for the entirety of society, which is meat, dairy, and eggs, animal fats and proteins are king, and when you eat real food, you can be healthy, active, and well.
So what, you have a great life because you live on a ranch. Most of us don't. And real food can be a little bit difficult. I don't know whether to trust an organic label. I maybe can't afford organic everything. So what's your advice for people who are trying to maybe take baby steps in that direction to eat real food?
You know, there's less than 2% of this country that is involved in production agriculture and keeping this nation free and fed. And so farmers and ranchers in this country do the best at putting healthy food on the dinner plate. And what we're seeing as a society is because of celebrities or the media or sensational clickbait type politics, there's so much fear and anxiety around our food. And so my goal is to empower moms, empower parents to make good decisions when it comes to food. And the best advice I can give to folks is to build a relationship with a farmer and rancher. Ask us questions directly. I have a direct-to-consumer beef company where we ship beef all across the country, and one of the most rewarding parts of it is getting to talk to these families and talk about how we care for the animals, how we raise this beef, and really once you build those relationships, all of a sudden that fear and anxiety about your food kind of disappears.
So, and I guess I didn't introduce myself, but I was Trump first day to the last day during Trump 1.0, and then the first 6 months for Trump 2.0. But I was actually born in I was born in New Orleans, but I was raised in Kansas and had one cow. We called him Bubba, and he was very delicious. And 4-H president, the whole thing. But now, my interaction with food is Walmart and Target and H-E-B in Texas, and I don't have a relationship with ranchers. So what have you seen have been the reasons for maybe the decline of the American farmer or rancher, and what are some things that you're advocating for to maybe bring back some of this nation's agricultural roots?
Well, we've seen a consolidation and corporatization of our food supply, a monopoly that's just gone completely unchecked, that has squeezed a lot of producers off the land and away from where their food comes from. A lot of these policies, especially really it started with in recent years, in the last 10 years, AOC coming out with the Green New Deal and blaming climate change on cow farts, of all things. You wouldn't believe how that has hurt the American cattle rancher and pushed it to the point where we're at the lowest cow numbers we've had since the 1950s, and that's why we're seeing such a short supply, and that's why we're hearing about beef prices as well at the grocery store, simply because that rancher has gotten squeezed out of business. And so what we need to see is the free market reign king, where a willing buyer says, hey, I want to buy American beef, and I want to connect those two things. Anything that we can do to stop that squeeze. I had the opportunity to go to President Trump's Great American Agriculture Celebration. There were 1,000 farmers on the White House lawn here just 6 weeks ago, and we heard so many positive things like rolling back the death tax, being able to work on our own tractors, having product of the USA labeling. And so I'm seeing a lot of positive things. My concern is, at this point, for a generation, these producers have been pushed out to the point that the very few that are left are just hanging on to survive.
All right, so Anne, I mean, obviously an unimaginable tragedy, but what can moms do to equip themselves, their families, and their kids to avoid that tragedy?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's such an honor to be here with all these warrior women in front of me and on stage with me. Thank you. Oh, can you hear me now? Okay. Well, I just wanted to say thank you for having me, and it's an honor to be here. My family was the family that ate dinner every night together. We went to church twice a week. We had private schooled our kids. We raised our children under God and to love Jesus. And I was very involved in their schools, and this kind of thing happened to people on TV. So the first thing is, don't underestimate. I assure you that these things happen to everyone. The not my kid has to go out on this one. I talk to moms particularly about, talk to your kids about drugs. That's the obvious one that we all talk about, right? But while drugs is the one, the fentanyl specific is the one thing that got my child, it was peer pressure that was the avenue. And I thought my son, being so confident, such a headstrong kid, was never going to be pressured to do something that he didn't want to do. But in a moment of peer pressure, someone offered him something called a Percocet. He had heard it come out of his doctor's mouth when he had injured himself. I didn't let him take it, but he had heard it, and he was presented with a little blue pressed pill, and it looked exactly like it with all the pharmaceutical markings, but it was purely counterfeit. There was no Percocet in it. It was pure blue pressed powder and fentanyl, and these things look identical to the actual pills. And he thought he could get away with it, and he tried it. And unfortunately, that was it for my son. So talk to your kids about peer pressure, but what I always tell parents, please run scripts with your kids. Practice, because these are high-pressure sales situations. Trust me, these people speak your kids' languages. This is a business. It's a multi-trillion-dollar business. And they know how to talk to your kids. They speak their language. So what I tell parents is to run scripts. Talk to your kids about, what are you going to do when you're in this situation? As adults, we have a hard enough time with high-pressure sales situations. I mean, I find myself not being able to hang up the phone sometimes. Or, when you're in a high-pressure sales situation. So give your kids a script. Not my thing. So that when this moment comes to pass, they will have the courage, the strength, and the know-how to get out of this situation. I think that's really important, because when you equip your child with the script to say, they're going to say, they'll be able to get out of the situation and say no. However, other children will also follow that lead, and it can save other people. Because if you teach your kids to have that confidence, they'll be alive tomorrow. There is no more experimenting. This is not this experimental age. Fentanyl is 50 times more addictive than crack. And once they try it one time, these drug groomers know that there's going to be withdrawal symptoms within 2 to 3 hours that they can't handle, and they can't tell their parents. And just like sexual predators, they will talk your child into doing another one because they've done something illegal. They can't tell their parents. And it is evil to the core. And so they've talked your kid into an addiction. That's why you see so many kids dying in their beds. They're dying in their safe spaces. So please talk to your kids about drugs, peer pressure, and give them the script to be able to say no.
And so on policy solutions, what are the things that you are advocating for? And what are the things that you see as successes that are happening in the states or even at the federal government?
Well, I mean, there is a night and day. We were begging for President Trump to come back as president because we all knew that he was going to do something. And boy, he came in like a tornado on this issue. And he has done everything that we could have ever thought of and things that we haven't even thought of that he's doing. Closing the borders, ending catch and release, making sure that we're the decisive strikes on these drug boats, which are not fishermen. They are people who are bringing drugs over that will kill our children. Closing things like the de minimis loophole where packages under $800 now have to be inspected. That is a big one. Signing the Halt Fentanyl Act, which criminalizes drug dealers. We see so many states not criminalizing people. They just let people back on the streets. You see $400,000 in a car that they arrest somebody at a routine traffic stop and they're let out of jail with a court date to come back in 2 weeks, and they never do. They're back over the border. So he's put in the Halt Fentanyl Act was a huge one, and some other laws. But President Trump is doing so much in the policy side of things to stop this. Even with the Treasury Department imposing sanctions on some cartels that are dealing with this. We took out the largest cartel member in the world, who was Nicolas Maduro. When we took out Nicolas Maduro, we took out the largest cartel dealer in the world. So that was a huge one. I'd like to see, some Department of Education get involved. Thank you for MAHA to really, the Department of Health. We have ICE, we have Border Patrol. All these policies are important, but if you want, as a parent, to act locally, reach out to your community, see what programs are in place to talk to kids. We have programs that people go into schools. We have 500,000 angel parents, and a friend of mine has made an organization called Angel Army, and he takes angel parents from all across the country, 500,000 of us, and said, who wants to go into the schools? We've got the whole program. So that is important. If you want someone to come into your schools and talk to the kids, please reach out to me, and I will make that happen for you. And that is an important one. And also, I think it's important from a policy standpoint that we equip our schools with life-saving things like Narcan. I think Narcan should be in every school and every classroom so that you don't have to run down. Seconds count when somebody is dying from fentanyl. And yes, it does happen in schools, and I think all parents should have it. So I'd like to see policies on, federal policies on having that access for everybody. But, we've done an incredible job, and we continue to. Gosh, tariffs was a huge one. Did you know that Shein and Temu are some of the biggest culprits on sending this over? And they have triple tariffs on those two. So tariffs have really worked, but we are so pleased with what President Trump has done, and being able to just really nip this in the bud. And we have fentanyl deaths down 50%, but we can't get complacent because the next generation of drugs coming behind us are even worse.
So moving to Ann Miller now, tell us about some of your personal passion areas on health, including for women, menopausal health.
So I've been practicing for 27 years. I sort of specialize in women's health and focus on the changes that happen to many of us without us even knowing it. Hormonal changes that start 10, 15, 20 years before you actually stop having a period. And the changes are caused by hormonal changes, but these hormones are not just sex hormones. They are used in every part of our body. They're very important for our gut, for our bones, for our muscles, for our heart, for our brain. And as you start to change, as you start to lose these hormones, you start to feel changes in your body that you don't understand. And so many women feel like they're losing control, they're going crazy, they don't know what's happening. And listening to a lot of the speakers before us today, a couple of things hit home for me. One was, starting things in the home. And I can speak for myself, and I would bet many women here never had a true conversation with your mother or your grandmother about the changes that they experienced. Life changes, and it's not polite to talk about personal things, but we need to talk about that. And just as with our food, with drugs, we need to be talking to our children, both our daughters and our sons, about the changes in their body. And as a child is going up through puberty, most women are going to be starting the decline of their hormones at the same time, and talk about a storm in the household. You need to talk to your children. You need to talk to your mothers and your grandmothers and ask them, because they're not going to volunteer the information. So, knowing yourself. Another theme that I've heard is truth. And a lot of healthcare providers, while they have very good intentions, their education is siloed. They know what they were taught in school, they know what CDC recommends, they know the guidelines, but each person is an individual and each person is different. And you need to know what's true to yourself physically and emotionally. And I guess I sort of went off on a tangent. I apologize about that. But
so vaccines.
Yes.
During COVID, I think a lot of people lost faith in the CDC, but they also kind of lost faith in their doctors, who they saw as a mouthpiece for the CDC. And the answer of just go do your own research, well, now what am I supposed to do? Put faith in Google? So what's a person supposed to do when they're making decisions about vaccines for themselves, or even more difficult, for a child who can't even consent? How are people supposed to navigate these questions?
Well, my first point is you are right. It's your right to get informed consent. And if you don't understand what a vaccine or a medication is for, you should ask. And you should ask that provider, and that provider should not be offended by your questions. There is no reason that you can't space out your vaccines. And I would recommend that you don't give a bunch of vaccines at one time, because you don't know what the problems are. Understand what is best for your child, and ask questions. There's a lot of information out there about that.
And then to go back to the food, to bring it back, and then we'll wrap this panel up, but what are the connections that you see that you want people to be aware of as far as chronic disease and diet?
So inflammation is the cause of disease, all chronic disease. Inflammation starts from sugar, from carbohydrates, increasing the insulin production in our bodies, and our bodies have a hard time fighting the metabolism of that. So inflammation is the start of things. And I would say, look at your food labels. Look at the information that is provided, and look at what is in that food. Avoiding seed oils, avoiding processed foods. And if you choose a processed food, look at the nutrition label. The chronic disease is epidemic, and it starts here again in the home. And parents need to educate themselves, and they need to set an example for their children. We can't turn to our school systems, because they're looking for an easy way out. They have to support their lunch program, and they're going to sell the food that the kids want to buy. So it has to start at home, and it has to start with the parents, and the parents have to set an example.
All right, and that is time. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congresswoman Kat Cammack from the great state of Florida. Please welcome Congresswoman Kat Cammack from the great state of Florida with a special guest.
Hello. Can you say hello? She's like, I can't tell you how excited I am to be here with you guys. And we actually just got off the House floor. We are in the middle of a very heated debate over whether or not we should pass legislation to put the Women's History Museum on the National Mall. Now, this has been a bipartisan effort up until a few months ago when some of my Democrat colleagues decided they didn't want to be a part of this effort because we wanted to tell the stories of biological women. And so, not 30 minutes ago, was I on the House floor with Augusta arguing that this museum should exist because all of the incredible, gritty, scrappy, stubborn women who have helped make America what it is today, they deserve to have their stories told. And my counterpart said, well, what about the trans women? What about the men who have contributed to women's stories? And it's just crazy that in 2026 we have to have this fight. But as we all know, the Republican Party is the party of women. Right, Augusta? Now, admittedly, my arm is about to give out. So I'm going to ask my wonderful husband, Matt, a firefighter, SWAT medic from Gainesville. She's giggling now. Thank you, honey. Can you say bye? Oh, say bye? Oh, there we go. Thank you, honey. No, this is so important because I am struck every single day how what we think is common sense has become a partisan dividing line in this country. And of course, around the world, we see where women truly have no rights. And some countries will say, oh, but look, we just gave women the right to drive. And they're patting themselves on the back. And over here, we have an entire political party that can't even define what a woman is. It's disgusting. But what I do know is that as we head into the latter part of this year, it is more important than ever for us as women to stand up and tell our story and to fight for the American dream that every single one of us has strived for our entire life. And I'll never forget when I first ran, I had been encouraged to say, oh, highlight in your primary that you're the woman in the race. And I repeatedly pushed back. I said, just because I'm the woman doesn't mean that that's why I want people to vote for me. I want them to vote for me because I'm the best damn person for the job, right? And that was such a foreign concept for people to wrap their head around at the time that I laugh when I tell that story. But you think about how the left has regressed and why it's so important that we step up and we be even more vocal and more loud about the contributions and the unique ability of women to reach out and get people and things done. So I say, as the chair of the Republican Women's Caucus, which, by the way, was established when the bipartisan Women's Caucus unceremoniously voted me down 27-1 when it came to protecting women's sports and spaces. It was that moment that I knew that we needed a Republican Women's Caucus, which had never existed before, because it was clear that the so-called bipartisan Women's Caucus wasn't actually working for women. And so we have a long list of things that we have to do to get back on track. And this year, we have to really go out to every community, nook and corner and cranny, and explain how Republicans, how conservatives are meeting the moment when it comes to women's issues, which we all know in this room, women's issues are American issues. We don't have we're not single issue voters, right? We care about national security. We care about the economy. We care about education. We care about health care, real health care. We care about a litany of issues, but we're always talked to and talked down to like there's one issue that we care about. And that, to me, is one of the most frustrating things that I have run into. So on Capitol Hill, you'll find women who are working and leading when it comes to getting government out of the way, when it comes to protecting girls' and women's locker rooms and their sports. You'll find women leading when it comes to a strong border, a secure border, a strong national security policy. You will find women leading on all these fronts, but the media will never cover it. And that's where your voice comes in. And that is why we have to be unapologetically loud, unapologetically stubborn, gritty, scrappy. Because if we won't tell our stories, we know the media sure as heck won't. So I'm counting on every single person in this room to reach out to the people that are in the middle. They're undecided. They don't like that their daughters have to compete against boys, but they don't want to be labeled a certain way. You know? They want to have cheaper gas, but man, they don't like the tweets. It's our job. It is our job to step in and say, guess what? This is bigger than any one person. This is bigger than any one moment. This is about our kids. It's about our daughters, but it's also about our sons. It's about the future of our country. And I know that our future is exceptionally bright when we have women's voices at the table. Heck, when we have women's elbows up on the table. I know my mom always told me, don't put your elbows on the table. I'm like, Mom, now it's like, you just gotta get in there. You gotta do it. And she's good with me doing it now, but it is such a pleasure to be in a room with so many pioneers, so many great women who are working so hard to advance the cause. And I am absolutely not a rule follower. My saying in life is break the rules, not the law. So Mercedes, Matt, I don't know what the rules are here, but we're about to break them. Thank you, Matt. I would love to hear from you guys. What questions do you have? I know this is not a shy group. I'm not gonna call on the guy first. Come on, right here. What you got?
First of all, thank you for representing the great state of Florida, where everybody wants to model.
Free state of Florida.
That's right. And your baby is not only beautiful, but a great traveler.
Oh, yes.
I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on the Islamic Republic of Iran and the situation in Iran and where we're going to let those evil bastards, excuse my French, to be gone so our women there can also be free and not be hanged and raped every day.
Absolutely. That's a great question. The crazy part about even having a discussion today with the other side on this is a regime that has not only engaged in killing Americans for decades without any recourse, but they have no problem killing their own people. They have no problem engaging in revenge rape, right? They have no problem stoning women to death. They have no problem with the most heinous crimes against women. And yet, when we step in and we say no more, all of a sudden, we're attacked. We're the ones who are the bad guys here. That's absurd. So I love that President Trump has finally come in and said no more. We have seen too many Americans die at the hands of the largest state sponsor of terror in the world. And we know that if we can make sure that the Strait is open and that commerce is free through the Strait of Hormuz, gas prices will come down. And that, to me, is worth that effort in Iran, because I don't want to see another American come home in a coffin. I don't want to see any more state sponsor of terror being planted around the globe. And let us not forget the relationship and the tie between Venezuela, Iran, China, North Korea. Because everyone thinks, oh, this is America going after Iran. No, let us not forget that Iran was sending their top terrorists to Venezuela. Venezuela was then giving them official passports, and then they were being smuggled across an open southwestern border because Biden was hoping to fill the voter rolls with illegals. They set up terror cells in the United States. They set up terror cells in Canada. And we are still cleaning up the Biden mess. And so when people say, oh, well, this is just, President Trump on an ego trip, absolutely not. He is making sure that these crazy terrorists never have a nuclear weapon, one, and two, they will no longer be able to export terror around the world. Iran exports terror the way that other countries export goods. It is absolutely absurd that there is any question of what we should be doing right now in Iran. So I appreciate the question. Thank you for that. And I encourage the president to keep on keeping on. Don't negotiate with terrorists.
No negotiation. They have to go because they're going to destroy all the Western country. No negotiation. They have to go. It's just there is nothing to do. They have to go. There is no place for the terrorists.
You guys remember the movies of the 90s, right? Like Harrison Ford, Air Force One, or there was what was it? The American President. Those were great movies. And it was such a testament to American culture at the time. There was always one fundamental underlying principle of all these movies and the plot. We don't negotiate with terrorists. America does not negotiate with terrorists. I grew up watching those movies. I'll never forget that crazy. It was awful CGI at the time. But when Air Force One gets hijacked by these terrorists, and Harrison Ford, he's just a badass. And he's like, we don't negotiate with terrorists, right? That's always been our stance. When did it suddenly become apropos for us to start engaging in talks with these people who fundamentally hate who we are and who our friends are and want to wipe us off the face of the planet? When we shipped a pallet of cash and Obama went on the global apology tour, that's when that happened. That is what we're clawing our way back to, is the dignity pre-Obama, when people knew what we stood for, when our allies knew that they could depend on us and our enemies feared us. That is what we're getting back to. So 100%, you cannot negotiate with terrorists.
Hi, Congressman Kat. Can you explain to us this congressional redistricting that we keep seeing? So I'm in Virginia, and thank goodness, yes, I know, but we used to be red, and now we're blue, and they really pushed through this redistricting amendment. And our voters went, and it was a very tight, but thank goodness our Virginia Supreme Court stopped that redistricting. Thank God. To me, it's common sense. You have to abide by our state's constitution, and they did not. So explain to us what each state is kind of doing and what Florida's up to next on redistricting.
Well, and I would say Virginia technically still is a red state. It just so happens that all of the bureaucrats in Washington, they went and moved to Northern Virginia, and they took their bad voting policies with them. So Virginia really is red, except for the really bright blue spots up north. And when you guys saw the redistricting effort, which 100% unconstitutional, had no basis for it. I mean, they even used an open session from when Governor Youngkin was still in. It was crazy how they had to do it. And I get asked, what did I think about their maps? Guys, I'm right-handed. That looked like something I would draw with my left hand. Not good. I mean, it was squiggles and squiggles and squiggles, and it just went all the way down. It was bizarre. Thankfully, the Virginia Supreme Court had enough sense to say, no, we're not going to do this. and it got overturned. And Hakeem Jeffries and company, well, they just lit $70 million on fire, so sorry. Sorry, but not sorry. But what it did was it sent a message around the country that if you want to play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes. And the South, we know how to win. We're the SEC, baby. We know. We take things very seriously. Football, sweet tea, and politics. And we know how to win at all three. I'm telling you, when the Supreme Court finally came down with their ruling, it sent the green light that we will no longer draw these lines based on race, but on keeping our communities compact the way that they should have been drawn all along. And I love it when my friends on the other side of the aisle say, Kat, that's just wrong. You look at all these horrible districts. I'm like, look at Florida's map. Look, that's a square, that's a rectangle, that's a square, that's a rectangle, that's a hexagon, but it's still compact. And then I'm like, look at Illinois. Illinois looks like a bunch of rattlesnakes fighting. It's just squiggles. It makes no sense. They cannot justify their continued use of gerrymandering for political gain. They cannot. So the South has taken it upon themselves to draw real, compact, constitutional, legal districts. And in the case of Florida, we have been fighting a faulty census going back to 2020. Remember how there was a big fight during COVID about whether or not we were going to allow non-citizens to be counted in the census? And the left said, absolutely, we're going to do that. Let me tell you why they were doing that. Because in New York, they needed those illegals in order to keep congressional districts. And so they ended up shorting states like Texas and Florida congressional representation. And so we have been fighting all along for this redistricting effort because we were shorted congressional seats. And there's not much that you can say to Governor DeSantis about whether or not we were right or wrong, right? Because I think we all agree he's right. We needed to do this. When he stands there and says, my citizens in the state of Florida deserve constitutional representation, he delivers. And that is exactly what we did when we drew 4 new seats, compact, non-gerrymandered, kept communities and counties together. That is why we are so proud to be in the Sunshine State, because we are delivering for our people in a way that is meaningful and it matters. And you're seeing that across all of the southern states. So I am hopeful that we will see about 17 new districts drawn, and they will actually make sense. I think I'm being told I'm allowed one more question. Okay. I'm listening to Mercedes. Sorry, Parker.
The election is coming soon. November is coming soon, so we do have to get a solution. And it can't be a week or so before the election. We do need to hear from you what the plan is from the Republicans. The word affordability is coming up again all the time, rightly so. I was just in Europe, where my family is from, and we had gas prices.
Your accent didn't give that away at all.
Which was just 4 times as high as here. And I think America has to come up with a solution. I mean, I know trying to engage Iran is probably preferable, but it's going on for a while. I think we can't look like we are just dilly-dallying around and waiting for them to help us out. They won't. So what is the stand? How can we finally get the economy going by bringing the oil price down and by opening the Strait of Hormuz?
Absolutely. So a couple things. When I was at the Naval War College, the first thing that they taught us was not how to plan a war, but how to get out of one. And I think that that is one of the big things that has driven most of my conversations with the administration and the White House. What is our exit strategy? What is plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G? Because every plan is great until you get punched in the face, right? That's kind of life in general. We have seen where no one was anticipating, or not a lot of people, certainly not our allies around the world, were anticipating that the Iranians were going to start mining the strait. And so not only have we had to surge resources to start demining the strait, but our allies are sitting on the sidelines saying, thanks for doing that for us. And we are carrying the weight of that effort. And then you look at Lloyd's of London, and they're the insurers for all these vessels coming through. They have decided to capitalize on this. They've decided to make it so expensive to insure cargo coming through the Strait of Hormuz that people are saying, it's not really worth it. Once again, it falls to the Americans to be the steady, principled leaders working to conduct freedom of navigation in a critical choke point around the world. Now, that process will continue. And I agree, we have to get gas prices down. That is of the utmost importance because energy is the foundation of our economy and it drives the cost of everything else, from fertilizer to groceries, you name it, it is the driver. But we need to start really pushing aggressively for the near and onshoring of our critical industries. Things like our refineries. Right now, we can't process enough phosphate. I'm really nerding out, sorry Mercedes. Right now, we can't process enough phosphate, which is a critical input for agriculture, because we get most of our sulfur from Iran. Now, if we were to increase our capacity in our refineries around the Gulf of Mexico, we would be able to depend on our own folks for sulfur, which would then drive down the cost of fertilizer, which then brings down the cost of food. And that is why it is so important that we work on permitting reform and gutting the regulatory regime in America. That is huge. And if we are able to do that, pass the REINS Act, that means that $2.5 trillion of our money, it will no longer belong to the deep state. It will no longer belong to the unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrats that dwell in basements all over Washington. It comes back to us. Because every single one of us in this room pays $15,000 more every year for those swamp creatures to continue to do swampy things in the name of the regulatory regime. We tackle the regulatory regime here. When President Trump says we're the hottest ticket in town, we're the hottest country in the world, dang right we are, because everyone's gonna wanna do business with us and we will be self-sufficient. So permitting reform, regulatory reform, getting our allies to the table and holding them accountable, that's how we do that. I think I've got one more, right? You had one back there, right? No? Okay, you right there, ma'am.
What concrete reforms do you believe are needed to improve educational outcomes in public schools?
I know because I'm short on time, I'll try to be brief. 32% of 8th graders in America today are literate. 32% are literate. Yeah, only 32% of 8th graders today are functionally literate. Let that sink in. When the majority of the population cannot read, that, in my mind, is a national security issue. Because at that point, you're relying on other people to tell you, to share with you, to educate you. If we have a population that can't read, we're in big trouble. And right now, we're in trouble. And I would say that that is in large part because we have had, for the last 50 years, a system that was designed to take money from the states, build up a bureaucracy in Washington, and apply a one-size-fits-all model to every single student in America. And then we never let that money follow that student. We never let parents engage in meaningful ways to determine how best to educate their kids. And then when COVID hit, we all started finding out what those teachers were teaching our kids. Now, don't get me wrong, we've got great teachers around the country, but we also have some really crappy teachers around the country that want to shove a political ideology onto our kids. And this is where we started seeing parents really engage. And then the big state, the big deep state came in and said, no, 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 parents, we don't like you engaging. This right now, this moment, is where we have an opportunity. I think Secretary McMahon is doing a fabulous job dismantling the Department of Education that was never about education, it was about indoctrination. And something that I will tell you, this is a secret, this is a big secret, and I want you guys to not keep the secret, okay? I want you to tattletale. Members of Congress have access to unlimited amounts of books through the Library of Congress, because the Library of Congress is the world's repository for copyrighted material. They get 22,000 books a day, and they cannot house them all. So they open it up to members of Congress and they say, hey, if you have schools or libraries or nonprofits that need books, we would love for you to come take them. So my team, we literally truck books to the district, give them out to kids, because what I have found is you have parents that aren't literate, they don't know how to read, so then they don't read to their kids, and then their kids don't know how to read. And you can track a kid by the time that they are in the 3rd grade, if they cannot read, that is a life that statistically will lead them to either drugs, poverty, or jail. It's not always the case, but the data shows that there is a direct tie to literacy and success. And so I want to make sure that people know that Congress has resources to put books in the hands of parents and teachers and kids all over this country. Because I don't want my daughter, who you just met, Augusta, I don't want her to be growing up being taught how to read or being taught what to think by an AI chatbot. I don't want that for her. I want her to be able to think critically and make her own decisions and ask questions. And that, to me, is what is needing to change in this country, changing the indoctrination to actual education, empowering parents, and getting government the heck out of the way. I know I'm way over time, so I am gonna say thank you again so much to Matt and Mercedes for having me. I love you guys. You guys are the best. Thank you.
For our next panel, Making Life Affordable Again, please welcome May Mailman, Nikki Beaver, and Olivia Bernard, moderated by Bianca de la Garza.
Hi, everybody. Amazing, Congressman Kamek. Well, I am so honored to be here, and obviously CPAC pulls together some of the best and the brightest, but now may we add the fiercest women warriors. So thank you, ladies. My panelists here, we just got the introduction, but I just want to go a little bit deeper. Olivia Barnard, she is a real estate magnate. Okay, I'm giving her that title. She's outside of Austin. Say the name of your city, though.
Dripping Springs.
Doesn't that just sound exotic and beautiful? I want to move there right now. Nikki Beaver, who I've been blessed to work with the National Federation of Republican Women. Not only was she the comms director, she's now national political director, and they are out there knocking on doors every single day. Grassroots, it all starts there. And such an honor to have May Mailman. She's the director of the Independent Women's Law Center, but she's done everything. She is an experienced attorney. She's worked in the Trump administration before, and she also even taught school, 6th grade, I believe, right? And you just had another baby? Number 3. I don't think they can hear you. So number 3.
Number 3, 3 under 3.
3 under 3. Nikki, children?
Yes, I have 3 boys, 9, 8, and 6.
And Olivia?
I have a 12-year-old boy who says he turned 30 when he was 4.
Oh, man. And I have a 20-year-old daughter. So make America affordable again. We're going to hone in on the economic pressures, and we're also going to hopefully provide some tangible takeaways so everyone here, when you're talking to prospective voters, so we hold on to control for the midterms, that the messaging really is something that lands and isn't just a cheap talking point. I'll start with you, May. I was on air at 12 o'clock. President Trump in the Oval Office, he's getting hammered. All the reporters want to talk about is gas prices, and all they want to talk about is the ballroom, as if they're tied in together. As someone who knows policy left and right, inside and out, talk to us about why this is such a challenge right now and why the message of hold on, it's going to get better, doesn't seem to be the message that may last until November.
Yeah, obviously it's disingenuous by Democrats because you know what's more expensive than gas is your vehicle. And you know what's tied to the cost of your vehicle is the plaintiff's lawyers and the regulations, which are all things that are driven by Democrats. Not only that, but Democrats want high gas prices. They'll say it out loud. They don't want oil and gas companies to exist. So obviously, like, there's a facade there, but I think it's easy to get trapped into this, like, lower prices, make things cheaper thing, in which case Democrats will always win that argument because they say free grocery stores, I'm Mandani, free buses, they'll just have like homeless shelter on wheels. And so you can never outmaneuver that. But when it comes to affordability, what Americans want, I really like what Marco Rubio said when they said, why is America the greatest country in the world? And he pointed to the American dream where you can be anything you want. And that is, I think, the promise of Republicans is if you work hard, there will be a job for you, that we're not gonna regulate you out of existence, that we're going to innovate. And yeah, changes in the economy are gonna come, but we're gonna be there to provide like opportunity that you can make something of yourself.
You know, I see that too with some of the moves the administration has made. The Dell accounts are going to be transformative for so many children, the generosity there. And I think what you're talking about is the American dream, but unfortunately, we know we're all up against a social media behemoth and the eroding of civilization as, you know, people get their news, unfortunately, from TikTok. And it does play into culture. And Olivia, I want you to pick up on that because in real estate, you are talking and selling homes all the time. Not only do you say it's not that there's not enough homes, there's plenty of homes, but talk to us about why you think the American dream on one, you're saying on one salary is doable, but we're being fed a pack of lies. And I think you touch on something that's so important that we really have to tell the voters too, to kind of get away from.
I do. I think the number one problem or one really big issue is messaging, and it's TikTok. A lot of young people are getting their news from TikTok, and it's very fear-driven. When we're talking to voters and we're talking to our own families, I think it's just getting back to our values. You can have the American dream. You can raise a family on one income. You might not live in Austin, Texas, or Silicon Valley. You might not have 2 brand new vehicles with $1,000 payments. If we are choosing to live a life that shows the values that we claim to be the most important, we can build the careers, the trades, the opportunities. And I believe in housing, young people, there's a reality, right? When interest rates are higher and you're in a city that's more expensive. But there's no reason that a young person today cannot buy a house. There's opportunities all over this country. And it is a lie that we have this huge housing shortage. I don't understand the message behind that. But I think it's about getting back to the basics. And then also when we're talking to voters, actually look at real data. We had like 12 months of the lowest gas prices in 6 years. Inflation has practically flatlined. Interest rates have gone down 3 to 4 times. So we just have to combat the bad news with the true news.
That's great. And Nikki, you're out there, and your chapters are so powerful. If you guys aren't involved or connected to a National Federation of Republican Women chapter, I really implore you to. Ms. Jenkins, they're the president, and I used to work with Julie Harris, and they are, you know what, it's common sense. And I think you go out and you actually have to sometimes face undecided voters or people who are maybe considering, Nikki, where they're going to vote. So you are kind of on the front lines of this. Talk to us about what you're hearing when people talk about the cost of living and how you are encouraging them not to go with the radical left who are just promising, as May said, free stuff, but it ultimately will be the demise of our society and the demise of where we can grow as Americans.
So the cost of living, I mean, if we go back to the Biden administration, they are the ones who created this financial crisis that we are in. Prices rarely go back down once they go back up, so we are up against a very difficult task. Eggs are down 30%. Things are going down, but they're not going to go down to where people think they should, because that's just never going to happen. So when we're out talking to women who are the most stubborn group to change their hearts and minds, a lot of them don't like the tweets or oh this or oh that. But when rubber meets the road,
do they like the AI? Because now we're past tweets. We're in like full-on AI, Trump and aliens, baby. I don't know. I love it. I mean, we're talking in these. What a crazy time to be living with and exciting. I'm sorry. I just have to
say. AI is.
Tweets were nothing.
Everybody's a little unsure, I think, right now. We are trying to get some of the women using it, utilizing it, and being a little bit more comfortable with it so that we can fully understand what we're up against. It's very new, it's very big, it's very fast, and so there's a lot to unpack with that. But you have to educate yourself, and I think we're in that phase of AI with at least our membership. But for the women, I mean, this election, this midterm election is going to come down to women, and we have a tremendous opportunity to reach across the aisle to find those women that are maybe independents, maybe even some Democrats who care about MAHA, who care about what their kids are eating. Where are the burning heart liberals, the tree huggers that were hippies that loved health and the earth and all of these things? It has transformed into something that we don't even recognize. But we have to get back to the basics. We have to be healthy, and that is something that I think we can pull women over from the other side with.
Yeah.
Affordability. They preach that all the time, but none of their policies provide affordability. We have to be bold, like all the women have said today. Have those conversations with somebody that's maybe on the fence, or make sure you're educated on your side so you can have that conversation. It's hard to have a conversation with Democrats, but if you can do that and you can find that way, which who's better at that than women?
Right.
Women are great at talking to other women and bringing them over to their side. So really, conversations and affordability. I mean,
And you need people out there. I'm telling you,
And we need-
involved.
and we
We are
need-
not on the sidelines.
we need as many women as possible getting out there and talking to as many women as possible.
May, you've been at the center of this. You've never been on the sidelines, but I think when we see people, they're just so exhausted. It's like a fatigue of like, oh my gosh, we're at war and I can't. And the way it looks is like there is no hope. And we were at a dinner event last night, and I really think the message of hope is so important to weave into when you're talking to people who have lost it to get them back politically. And you have some great ideas too on a lot of this, and even keeping the nuclear family in the forefront.
Yeah, so if we're talking about affordability, and I think a lot of people, maybe they're able to keep it together right now, but they're trying to figure out whether they can add another kid or their first kid. And of course, it is true that no, you never know whether you can afford a kid, and you have one anyway and you figure it out. And that is why the statistics show that men with kids make more money than men without, because you figure it out, and you just do, and you have that drive.
With 5 girls, you
No soy boys.
Figure it out.
Get to work and hustle.
But when we have created a sort of helicopter parent culture, I think, that has put a lot of stress on their parents about, I got to get my kids into college and I've got to get them into school. And so it seems really difficult. And even just having a dog, like, how am I going to get my dog in a doggy daycare is like very expensive. So I think in DC is very expensive.
I know.
So taking the chill factor up a notch, I think, is something
I like this.
that we can do by why aren't, in Europe apparently, like all these restaurants have playgrounds where you can just take your feral children and let them run. But here, the liability is too great, so why businesses are not going to bring that on. The land costs are too great. So I think that policies that make our lives, daycare.
Yeah.
At-home daycares where one mom, she's a stay-at-home mom, she just like take on a few extra kids.
Yeah.
People would love to have more options like that, but it's regulated out of existence. Decreasing the regulation, increasing chill parenting, and providing additional options for kids that are not necessarily the most, $100,000 a year for George Washington University, insane, I think are going to draw women into the party.
I mean, right now the only playgrounds are at McDonald's, which you don't really want, besides the hantavirus in the ball pit. I mean, it really is. It's not the food we want people to eat. We want to to get outside, move their bodies. I love that. Also, I mean, Spencer Pratt's been killing it with his videos in the parks in LA. There's just, druggies. I mean, it's heartbreaking, but they are lost zombies pushing baby carriages without babies through the park. He's calling out Karen Bass. Hopefully LA gets it together. You're in Austin, where a lot of people have left from some of those blue cities. Talk to us about the impact on that. And I also love the idea of like deregulating. That's something every person in this room, if you want that, you go back local and say, why don't we have work with the local officials? Are they open to stuff like that, Olivia? I mean, you're in real estate, so I know you know a lot about like pushing through different types of permitting and all that stuff. Give us the secret sauce here.
Texas is amazing. The secret is have a red state and have a Republican governor because we are so business friendly. I love it when the left says like hating the billionaires. The billionaires take all the risks. They buy the land, they build the buildings, they create the jobs, they create literal ecosystems where you then have schools and grocery stores.
We heard
and retail
Bezos
and
yesterday.
restaurant. What's that?
Bezos yesterday called it out to Mandami.
It is the absolute truth. So Austin goes through, it's a 3-cycle wave. Every time we have a really big announcement, like with Elon buying northeast of Austin, the first thing that will come in is he'll have a wave of executives, and that's exciting. And then the next thing that will come in is like their middle management. And then 6 months to a year later, you get like the bulk of their employment. So being very business friendly, low regulation, which we do very well in legislation. Ken Paxton has been the most incredible attorney general. So it really is, it's policy driven, and it is the businesses that we have attracted, the number of businesses that bring some type of headquarters to Austin, even if it's small. Elon just actually leased out. We've got a really cool old utility building on the water downtown.
Yeah.
He just leased the entire thing out because he wants employees to be able to walk and stay healthy.
Interesting. Well, Ken Paxton's going to be interesting next Tuesday night, too. I'm sure we'll all be watching that. But to bring it back to making things affordable, because maybe you're not in a city like Austin, as you mentioned, Silicon Valley. Nikki, what do you make of this, that we're kind of also, we should be all together, staying together as Americans, as moms, as women, as sisters, as business leaders, as we are, as female CEOs and entrepreneurs or media people, and I think that there sort of is this sowing of discord, and I actually believe it's coming out from external forces that separates us, and they're trying to do also not just a culture war, but a class war, and demonizing. It's not just fighting the oligarchy. It is sort of weaponizing people who are upwardly mobile, who are hiring people. And Nikki, can you talk about that? Because you have chapters everywhere. You have chapters in California. You have chapters in the Midwest. I mean, everywhere, every demographic. There's an opportunity, a room, and a seat at the table if you're a Republican. And why we are demonizing people who want to come and, as May mentioned, have the dream, but also have zeros in the bank account. What is wrong with that?
I think the left has really done a number on, picking like you were saying, picking yourself up by your bootstraps and getting out there and making the life that you want. They think that everything is going to be handed to you, and this has proliferated through the younger generation that we have now. We were discussing backstage. They think everything's going to be handed to them. America was built on hard work, and that's something that I think from the ground up, from children up, we have to start instilling in our children again. And the American dream, you can get nowhere else. And the Democrats have just completely demonized the American dream and being successful and making a life for yourself that you want and makes you happy.
Can we, for the midterms, talk about, and is it May a winning message to remind everybody all the free stuff the Democrats gave to illegal immigrants and why they don't have balanced budgets in places like California and New York? Because, I don't know, prepaid debit cards are being doled out in hotel rooms in New York City, so illegals could go and then commit murder and crime and rapes.
Yeah, the vice president's task force on fraud, I think, is just getting started. And I think that that's going to expose a lot of the fraud, but also the waste that's occurred. And I think people care about that because it's comparatively unfair, because they are trying to make what's best for their families, and they're not getting a leg up. And I think another thing that women, maybe they know instinctively that they want, and it's hard to put into words, is this trad wife versus girl boss tension, where everyone wants to be a girl boss, but man, everyone wants to be a trad wife, and you're told you have to choose. But actually, you don't, because so many women have experienced part-time work or working from home, and Republicans have been the ones fighting for independent contractor work, where you're not an employee and you have that flexibility. And as Democrats, it is a Biden policy that President Trump undid that unleashes the flexibility of that independent contractor work. And I think
That's
that
huge.
is another one of those great talking points that women, they might not even know that difference. but man, would they love to be able to be both a trad wife and a girl boss. And that is one thing that I think that Republicans have been able to offer.
Yeah, again, it goes back to that demonizing. And a woman should be able to choose whatever life she wants, and it, obviously with a partner who she wants to stay and move somewhere and live in the countryside. And I would love to do that. I'm not able to do that right now, but I think it's some people's dreams. And who are we to criticize other people's dreams? So let's just, I want you to do like a little round robin. Do we have time for a few questions? I want to make sure we're on time. What are you doing, each one of you, just if you can give a quick answer, and I want to open it up because I know so many of the fantastic women here have questions. What are you doing right now just to make sure, like if you're on a budget, or what practical advice, if you could each give me one or two things that really you think you take away?
I think we need to make it simple again. I only have a son, but young girls are graduating high school thinking they need $500 to $700 a month for self-care, getting nails done. Like we have not, the real world is not true anymore. I just think getting back to simple. We cook at home every day. We grocery shop together.
Nice.
Just getting back to life being a little bit more simple.
For me, I've been working since I was 14. I want to teach my children hard work. If you work hard, you can do and be anything that you want to do or be. So we just have to get back to hard work in this country.
I think it's acknowledging actually that life is pretty tough for the younger generations financially. The cost of college, I think there's like an empathy factor, right? The housing costs, the college costs, the healthcare costs are unlike what the older generations experienced. And so I think a lot of times there is a lecturing factor where it's like you didn't face George Washington being $100,000. Like I can't dig myself out of that hole. So I think one is actual true empathy, and then it is tackling those big structural problems. And so when we are talking about housing affordability, that is regulations, but also get out of New York City. Go live in the real world. Like we have the internet now. The internet is a wonderful, this is what innovation gives you. Innovation gives you options, and you have the option, it used to be a dream of.
Is there some places that you think are fantastic quality of life, May?
I mean, we were over like cattle ranchers in South Dakota. I grew up in Kansas. You can give your kids the values that you believe, and a lot of times you can have high-level work because the internet exists. And so I think not pausing innovation, but using innovation and using in ways that are healthy for yourself.
These are great answers. And I know we want to take a few questions. And I do press-on nails. I'm not sitting in a manicure chair. And I'm like, I have to be on TV, so it's like I really kind of have to sometimes when I'm like, but I agree. It's like all this money that we're putting into things that are, you know, a little bit sometimes toxic for our bodies as well. We're very mindful of that. Does anyone have any questions for our fantastic panelists? And I know, yes. Hi, what's your name? Where are you from?
Thank you. My name is Taryn Enos. I'm from here in DC, moved here about a year ago, came from Texas. My biggest question, I love that you were talking about affordability. I am a young woman. I spent the last 10 years building my own business to try to make it. Spent 5, 6, I think 7 years now without health insurance. So I understand a lot of what we're dealing with. Could not afford to rent an actual apartment for years until this year. How are we going to wake up a young group of women who are under 25 years old, who get most of their information off social media, when the people they're listening to are influencers who are telling them, these should be your expectations? How do we reach them and change their expectations when their social platforms are taken over?
It's a great question. I think that's what we've been up against. And we're slowly seeing it worse and worse. Who wants to take that?
I can start. I think that, especially being in an organization with 60,000 women, I have incredible women mentors. I think young women need real women mentors, not TikTok mentors telling you how to do your makeup and what they're doing that day. You need real mentors. I am surrounded by incredibly strong women, not just at work, but family. I think some of them are watching right now, but you need real, strong women mentors.
I think there's also been a good movement toward financial literacy in high schools, which I know is like this very boring thing because but it's not like the glamorization of the good life didn't exist before. It existed in magazines. You had to pick up the magazine rather than see it on your phone. But you still saw the $800 dress or whatever. And And actually 4-H has this program. It's the best. It's called buymanship. It's like, oh, I got a gold medal in buymanship. But they teach you about cost per wear and actually what you can afford and what's a good purchase and what a bad purchase. And that literacy element exists in programs like 4-H.
I love
but
it.
It's not completely part of our school culture yet. And I think there is actually a movement to that, and it just needs to extend a little further.
I'll just extend on that. In Texas, we have brought financial literacy into the school through our TEKS, particularly where I'm a trustee. We have financial literacy K through 12. Age appropriate, makes sense to the grade. But I think the way that we do it is the 4 years previous to the current administration, we saw conservative voices literally being deplatformed. It was awful. Right now, we have an opportunity where we're not seeing that happen. And I think that we need more young women who have great stories to tell. Isabel here today, just encouraging them, different platforms like CPAC, platforming and promoting your generation to talk more about financial literacy, Latina, Wall Street Latina today.
Oh yeah, great.
Promoting those pages, and I don't know exactly what the answer is, but that's where the audience is in that space that you're talking about. And exactly what you identified, I believe, is the biggest challenge that we face. Misinformation online, lying to young American women and voters, and it's so destructive. Do you have a page? You do now? Do you talk about these types of topics?
You're a public speaker. What's your website?
It's fantastic.
TerrenceStarSpeaks.com. All right, we will follow you. We will follow. But that's what it is. There's no barrier to entry. You don't need a network anymore. You just need your phone, and there you go. Yes, right here in the front row. You have a question?
I happen to be an economist. I'm sick and tired of hearing the word affordability. What we have to do, I believe, is to get out what several of you have worked into your remarks, but almost as though we're talking down to women. Oh, well, this is what you've got to tell what the administration has done on regulations, on all of the structural things that are not half as exciting as cutting taxes, but they have more impact on growth in personal GDP. We've got to get that out there.
The Trump accounts for children are huge. You get $1,000 for your newborn baby. You can contribute up to $5,000 every year as the parent or the grandparent. And if you do exceed or do the $5,000 and make those maximum payments, you can start your child off at 18 with $300,000. And I can imagine what that would have done for my life if I would have gotten $300,000 at 18. Hopefully I had, hopefully they have someone guiding them at 18 with $300,000, but what an incredible way to start your life. So the Trump administration is doing tons of things like that, including deregulation and health savings accounts. They've doubled those. There's tons of things. So I agree, we need to talk more about what they've actually done.
You got to flood the market, and that's why when you leave here today inspired, hopeful, you go back to your communities and you say, I just left the first Women's Warriors CPAC inaugural 3-day summit. You have to join us. This is a mission that we are going to win because, let's face it, ladies, we are in a fight for our future, for our kids. Yes, ma'am. Where are you from? What's your name? We're going to get a microphone over here to you.
My name is Connie Wilson. Live here on Capitol Hill, and we also live in Jerusalem. I just wanted to comment that one thing that has not come up is prayer. And as on Sunday, when Speaker Mike Johnson made the rededication of our nation back to God, as all of us, no matter who we are, what we believe in the one God is, we call upon him. He will do everything that every speaker has been talking about, but it takes all of us calling upon him. He has his angels going out, the unseen forces we don't see, but they do miraculous things for us. But if we don't call, we don't get. You ask, you get. It's really simple.
Yeah.
So I encourage all of us, call upon him, Ask him, and he will do it, and he'll send out all of his unseen workers.
Exceedingly and abundantly beyond what you could ever ask or imagine. Thank you. I know you guys all started the day with a prayer, and I know that that has been a big part of what we are talking about. And I think we kind of hit on it, touched on a little bit about culture and what people put their values on. And it is that material, the thing that we do not take with us. And I think it does go back to the spirituality, and it does start a lot of in the home with the mothers praying over your children.
That connects all of the dots. Because what's happening is the enemy is using fear to create these lies, and that really is what we're combating. And I think that literally connects everything that we just said. Keep it simple, get back to family, get back to our values, work really, really hard, understand what this administration has done, and we've got to speak clearly and concisely with facts when we're trying to convert and keep voters.
Final thought to you, May, and then I know we have a faith panel, which is perfect leading into that.
So I just wanted to touch on healthcare, which I had heard, and I just want to mention, and this is something that's going to come out of the Trump administration, I think, soon, but the Biden administration and the Obama administration were so wasteful with healthcare, including paying for the transition of minors that traps kids in lifelong procedures and battle with their bodies. And so it is things like that, unnatural things like that the Democrats are doing that ratchet up everybody's health care, that take away time from doctors, that make kids sick for life. So when you actually think about the things that make life more affordable, it are the things that bring us back to nature. And I think conservatives and Republicans can be that voice of bringing us back to our purpose, to bring us back to our God, and to bring us back to our nature. And I think that is not only an affordable thing, but is a healthy life thing.
And that is so demonic, too, what they're doing with the trans agenda. May Melman, Nikki Beaver, Olivia Barnard. Let's give it up for these amazing women warriors today. Thank you for your great questions, and thank you, Mercedes, for having us here today.
For our closing panel, Faith in the Fight, please welcome Esther Ntoto, Annie Dunn, Meredith Terpeluk-Shaler, moderated by Sarah Macon.
I appreciate that they have water up here. This is my emotional support water bottle. Does everybody else have one of those? I feel like we all do. Well, I think we are here at the tail end, but I promise you, you are going to be inspired and moved by these women and their stories, their testimonies, what they do, why they do it, and I think we're going to focus a lot on that today. I've got notes, so I'm pulling them up here. All right. I know there are a lot of people of faith in this room. If you are anything like me, it may guide you every day, but there may have been years previous or now where you don't feel confident every day to walk in it or to share it. And I think that does a great disservice to those around us, right? It is probably the most important thing that we can share with others. I think it guides us and leads us in our service, in the things we do, the things we choose to do, the work we choose to do. And these women here are living examples of that. And so I'm so excited you have the opportunity to meet them today. We are going to talk a little bit about faith and also religious freedom issues and why it is important to help protect people of faith around the globe, and the moral leadership that these women are encouraging and guiding women to have in their lives. So we have Esther Toto. She is the co-founder of Africa New Day, and she's going to talk to you a little bit about what that is and what she does there. Meredith Terpeluk-Shaler. Did we do that right? We got it? Okay. She is founder of Guiding God's Daughters. And we have Annie Day here, who works at a maternity home, and we're going to have her share a little bit of that story and the testimony from that. If we can, I would love to start with you, Miss Esther. Please tell us a little bit about the mission behind Africa New Day, why you stepped into that work, and the impact you've seen it have, and maybe share some testimonies from that, if you would.
Yes. Sarah, 20 years ago, we were finishing our study with my husband in Southern California, and we received an email, like you and I receive tons of them, right? Every day. But this one email changed my life and the course of my destiny. Because this email was talking and depicting the situation going on in Eastern Congo that I didn't know. Rape was taken as a weapon of war. And children, instead of going to school, were enrolled in different rebel groups. And what I felt after reading this email was like the Lord was telling me, now that you know, what are you going to do? How much we do when we hear so many things that we've even heard here since this morning. So faith for my husband and I was to answer, wherever you send us, we'll go, knowing that we were going in a war zone. So it's been 20 years that we've been there, and I've seen in my eyes things that even the most horror movie cannot show that. And so African New Day is about helping men, women, and children to discover, develop, and deploy their potential. We believe that every Congolese, because we work in Eastern Congo, every Congolese has the solution for our problem as a nation. So our country has been sick after, raped, and until now, until today. And thank God for the government of President Trump that they're working a deal right now with our country to bring peace and against minerals. So we are trying to change the mentality of our men particularly. And we're doing that by educating our men and doing discipleship, because you cannot torture and rape women and children the way you do if you have not lost your identity. And so one of the things that has really touched me is to realize that men, I don't know if here in America is the same, but in Congo, men don't think that women were made in the image of God. It's only men, and women were made for them because they were taken from whatever. And so, all this education is helping men. We have 60 lessons like that, and we've seen men realizing what they do and confessing what they're doing and multiplying, because what we do, we bring a group together of 12 men who have to multiply themselves, and since 2010 up to now, we have over 60,000 men who have gone through this journey of transformation. But there's a silent war going on in Congo that we are not talking about because it doesn't have to do directly with the minerals. It's the persecuted church. And in Congo, it's happening since 2018, when this group of rebels joined their force together with the Islamic, how you call it, with the ISIS, right. Okay, with the ISIS. So they've been working together and persecuting Christians like you've never seen. You can be stopped on the street, they ask you your name. If you have a Christian name, you are executed. And we have videos of that. And mostly what they do with Christians, they behead them. And you've heard what happened in this church last year, and many other happening till today. And I will never forget this woman, Deborah, who came out of her church and was taken by a group of these ISIS partners, and they asked her if she wanted to deny her faith, and she said no, and she started singing. And they raped her and left her for dead, but she wasn't, and was taken in the clinic later on when a group of people find her. And there at the hospital, she explained what happened to her. And when the rebel heard that the word was spreading, they came and burned that hospital, that clinic. So Christianity, the persecution of Christianity in our country is taken a direction that, in fact, the Islamic want the region, the entire region, to become Muslim. And they're burning our church, and they're building the mosque.
And we're seeing this all around Africa, specifically in northern Africa, the northern part of the continent, and in West Africa, that there is a very radical Islamic force that intends to make this part of the world, this part of the continent, they're a new caliphate. So we're seeing this happen in Congo, in Nigeria, in a number of countries. And if you haven't heard about it, please reach out to either of us. We'd be happy to share with you. The persecution of the church in this part of Africa has been ongoing, and very little has been talked about it, unfortunately. But women are often they get the brunt of it. Women and children in particular. I love to remind people that the greatest defender of women that this world has ever known was Jesus Christ. Yes. And so when you have the opportunity to teach these men what women were really created for, you are really sharing the gospel with them and helping them learn and get to know who Jesus really was, and why he made, he and his Father made women, right? Yes. What we exist for. And the work you're doing there is incredible, and I know we'll all be praying for you as you continue that, and the persecution of the church, that we also remember to pray for those people who are persecuted, that they have the strength in those moments to not deny the Lord, right? Yes. I've had the opportunity to travel to Iraq and meet the Christians there who a genocide was committed against, and to meet a Christian who, in the face of death, stood up and said, I will not renounce my faith. I'm not sure there is anything stronger that you could witness or experience. And as a believer, it really changes how you view everything, right? And it calls you to step into that faith. And that's really what this panel is here to talk about, is how we have stepped into our faith and how it guides us to do what we do. So thank you for sharing that, Esther. Thank you. Meredith, if we can turn to you, the founder of Guiding God's Daughters. Would love to have you share a little bit about why you created this, what it is, the impact it's had, and let's start there. Yeah.
That's a lot. So Guiding God's Daughters is really a ministry where we are building up women as warriors for Christ, and we are reaching the next generation, because I mentor women in college in their 20s, and they don't have women showing up for them that are in our age group. And I see a lot of women in our age group that are afraid to show up, that think their story isn't necessary, that, or maybe they're stuck in a resentment from 30 years ago. And what I want to do is help transform women, build up women as the leaders of our generation. And I also build up the young women, and I don't do it based on career. I worked at the White House. I got a great resume, but to me, it is about your identity in Christ, and that is what they need to know. Where does my purpose come from? It doesn't come from something I created on Instagram, it comes from my creator. So that is what I'm all about, is just helping women know. I look at a woman, I see a woman hurting, and I see her heart. And that, because what do we know in the Bible? What did God say to Samuel? Well, he sees his heart. And that's what I want to help women see. God sees your heart, and he knows you are someone. He says you are his daughter. So let's find that out. And why? I grew up in a Catholic school, went to Notre Dame twice, very good girl. But I was also an addict. And my last time at the White House, Matt Schlapp was actually my boss, and I was having panic attacks every single day. And it was like the 4th year of the White House, and my body just could not handle the politics. My body was just like, I feel like the Lord was just like, you gotta get out of here. I have something greater for you. And so I went back to school at Notre Dame, and that is where I met Jesus. And I grew up Catholic, but I met Jesus, and all the guilt, he took it all. And he was like, I'm here for you, I love you. And from that moment, he started guiding me. I went into recovery. I had 18 years 2 weeks ago, and he just keeps using me. Thank you, it's all him. He just keeps using me more and more, and the women that we get to impact, I mentor young women. I go onto college campuses, and I'm like, hi, what's going on? How's life? No, really, how's life? But I go to women in my church and my community and the grocery store, and I see they're hurting. And I build these relationships with women in restaurants. I see a woman, she's hurting. Turns out she just had 3 miscarriages in the last year. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna go pray for her, and I'm gonna show up for her. Because women need prayer in the marketplace. They need people that see them, because there's so many women that are not seen. So my mother, I love my mother to death, but we had a very difficult relationship, I'll leave it at that. So I needed strong women. So I wanna be that woman that shows up. I believe in the spiritual family. I believe that God puts women in your life, people in your life to show up. I mean, we are children of God, and he puts people in our life that will point us to him, and that's what I'm all about. If I can help women find out who they are in God and walk in it and take them under my wing, take them under God's ring, that's what I'm gonna do.
Amazing,
So.
Thank you. Yep. You have a book and a podcast as well?
Yes. I have a podcast called Get Real with Meredith, and that's really just what I do. I just get real, which is really a popular term now, which I'm like, why did I name my podcast that? But I also have a book coming out called Step Up, Woman of God. You're a warrior, and the next generation needs you.
Amen.
Because we are all warriors, and we can't just sit back. Young women need us, and they need us to show up for them. Because every story I've heard up here, every woman, I'm like, that woman isn't just saying, yeah, I go to church. No. These women are bright. And these young women who look at me like, where are the women? We want them to show up. We're the ones that need to show up.
That is a perfect segue to Annie, because, you know, you can thank my mom for this, but I joined the pro-life movement when I was 9. That was my first march. And then it went on from there. And I used to refer to myself as militantly pro-life. I still am. I just, the word militantly, turned some people off, but it's true. But one of the criticisms that the pro-life movement has often received is that we care about women up until they have that baby, when they choose life, and then we seem to disappear, which, for the record, is not accurate at all. Never in my experience. I'm 43 since I was 9 watching this, not accurate. However, that's the criticism we get. But Annie is here today to talk about how she walks out her faith, showing up for these women, both but when they find out that they're in a crisis pregnancy or an unplanned pregnancy, walks with them through that time and that opportunity in their lives, and then has the opportunity to be with them afterwards. So Annie, thank you. If you would share some about what you do at this home in North Dakota and how the Lord has called you into that, that'd be great.
Yes. So I work at the St. Gianna and Pietro Mola Maternity Home, which is located in North Dakota. And so, yes, love North Dakota. And we welcome women who are in crisis pregnancies, or some have already given birth, and they come and move in with us. And all the services we provide are free of cost to them. So we welcome them into our home, and we help them navigate motherhood, if they're still pregnant, pregnancy, postpartum, everything. And so these women who come to us are struggling and they don't have any support. Most of them, their family isn't supportive, or their family members are also struggling and they don't have the capacity to be there for them. So they move in and we're able to just provide care and love for them. Last week, we had a new resident and I was speaking with her, and she wasn't Christian, and she just kept marveling. She's like, "You guys are just so kind. You're so kind." Because she showed up and we were so excited that she's having a baby. And I was able to tell her, like, you know, we believe in Jesus Christ, and we believe that we need to support and protect the most vulnerable. And so you come to us, and we are here, and we're excited for your baby. It doesn't matter the circumstances of conception. We are here to support you and to love you, and that baby is a gift and a joy. And so every day I get to learn about Christ in a new way by being his hands and feet, being with those that he cares about so deeply and that no one else is there for. And it's beautiful, and it's joyous, and it's difficult, but that's what he's calling us to do.
Annie, you are 30 years younger than the rest of us on this panel, so I'm assuming you're Gen Z. Okay, so can you tell me a little bit too about how doing this, serving this way, what it's taught you about your faith, what it's taught you about reaching women your age, and what we might need to know about how best to do that?
Yeah, so I think we were talking earlier about how this work has only deepened my faith. And I think that my advice to girls, to boys my age too, is to go out and serve others, to be with people who are from different circumstances than you. There's so many people who are out there hurting, and it's so easy to just turn a blind eye. I mean, every week I'm talking to women who have been through experiences that I can't even fathom. Like, it makes me sick when they tell me about what they've gone through. And the circumstances around their entire lives. And so I think that I've just learned what it truly means to be a Christian, to reach out to others, to do what's hard. And I think it also has made me depend on my faith, because there's so many days where I'm like, I don't know how to deal with this situation. There's a lot of heavy things. It's difficult. And the only thing I can do is turn to prayer and to pray for these women and to get to teach them about the faith, and that has just deepened my faith. And it also has shown me so much joy. I've never experienced joy like sitting around the table and seeing the baby. Last week he was blowing kisses for the first time, so that was like all we did all dinner long was watch him blow kisses at us. But like the joy at seeing that, just yesterday I was talking to one of the residents, and she's very young. She was pregnant at 15, came in and moved in with us. And her little boy, who's 14 months old now, was just being so cute. And I looked at her and I was like, can you imagine your life if you didn't have him? And she's like, it would be a lot worse without him. And like, she's so young. A lot of people would say that she threw away her life, or that that should have never happened. And she's just so grateful. And because of this pregnancy, she came in and moved in with us. She learned about Christ. She's trying her best every day to grow in faith. And so they just inspire me with what they've been through and the way that they are so resilient and just love.
Thank you for sharing that, Annie. I want to be very vulnerable here. I've never said this out loud or publicly, but I found myself, after having been in conservative politics and policy for like 20 years, unmarried at 40, pregnant. And I now realize that what the Lord did in that, right, through my poor choices and sin and whatever else you want to call it, right? I have now the most obvious reason for why I live out my faith and why I want to be a part of this world and make it better for others. I was doing it before, but that child has changed everything in my life. And so I'm just so grateful for the work you do, and so many pro-lifers around the country do. We don't just care about them until they're born. I know our time is up, but I very quickly just want to, because each and every one of you are encouraging women, and in your case, men and others to fulfill and live to their God-given potential. How can we, if we are seeking the way to hear from the Lord or to know what we're being called into, how can we get closer to him so we know what that voice sounds like? And I preface that by saying, I think for me, it was my son. And then after that, now I know it's the Word. And I try to get in it as often as I can. It's worship music, and now I know what the Holy Spirit sounds like. But for those of us maybe who don't know that, what would you encourage us to do?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about kind of the spiritual disciplines, and I was just talking to her back there saying, you know, what helped me so much is my father passed away. He was an ambassador to Luxembourg, and he passed away quite a few years ago, and that's when I, again, had a surrender of like, okay, Lord, you're it. You are my Father, you're it. And I remember just when I was in the Gospels and I read that scripture when Jesus promised us the Holy Spirit, he said, I'm going to give you the Comforter, your protector, your defender. And I kept reading it and I was like, whoa, this is huge. Because my dad was my, he was my inspiration. So that helped me really build a relationship with the Holy Spirit and to know that I am anointed, I'm appointed, I'm set apart because of the Holy Spirit leading my life. And where does that come from? From getting in the Word. I seek Him every day. I love the Lord. Like, I want to know what He's got to say every day. And like when Mercy texted me, it's like, hey, you need to come to this. It was 2 weeks ago, and I'm like, oh, I live in Michigan. I'm out of politics. But I was like, all right, Lord, give me an answer. Oh, it was like less than 5 minutes. I'm like, okay, fine, I'm going, because I represent Him. So, and I think I only know that because I'm in the Word and I'm involved in my church, but it is that kind of building that relationship with Him. He is always the one I seek for any decision.
I was raped at 6 years old, and it was the first time before many others. And what I learned is that God doesn't waste anything in our lives, the good and the bad. And that's what keeps me going. I'm here. My father passed away a few days ago. After here, I'm going to go and bury my father. But nothing will stop me for telling people how much, as Christians, we have to stand for what we believe in. I'm so grateful to God to have allowed my father before one of the last time that I saw him to tell me that he was proud of me, of what I was doing. And I was able to tell my father what happened to me for the first time. And we are living the last days. And it's time for us Christians to stand and not be ashamed of our faith.
Amen.
Because the others are not, and they're doing it, they're killing us because we are not taking seriously the faith and the sacrifice of Jesus on the cross. It's time, brothers and sisters, to stand and be proud of that Jesus that saved us at the grand price.
I'm sorry, Annie, that's impossible to follow. So if you want to bow out, please. Final word, if you will.
Well, I'll just say quickly. So last week, one of our residents actually asked me this. She was like, Annie, do you ever hear God? Like, because she's new to the faith. And the things that I told her, first of all, I was like, you just need to keep talking to Him. Keep telling Him about everything, the good, the bad, the ugly, and just always be in conversation with Him. And then I'd say, the other piece of advice I told her, though, was to sit in silence with Him. I think a lot of times we receive so much information. We're always trying to be the ones talking, but sometimes we just need to sit with Him. And for me as a Catholic, that's my favorite place to do it is in adoration in front of Jesus in the Eucharist and just sitting with Him and allowing Him to speak, because that's the only time we can hear. So.
I told you all that these would be inspirational women, and I mean, they were. So God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for joining us at the CPAC Women Warriors Summit. Before we wrap up, we have some closing remarks from Mercedes Viana-Schlapp and Catherine Christie and Caroline Wren.
We're going to do a real quick wrap up here. I just want to shout out to Patty Hidalgo, who is right here. She's with Catholic Vote. They're having an event June 13th, 2026. That means June 13th in Wisconsin. If you need to find her, if you're in that area, that would be great. Just come on over here, ladies. We're going to wrap up real quickly because this is about call to action, what we're going to be doing next. We don't even have to, if you want to sit down, okay, well, just really quickly. This is going to be fast. But first of all, thank you all for being here. This is the beginning of a very important movement, and that means women all coming together, and we're going to take this across the country. And the way it works with CPAC is we start across the country, and then it goes across the globe. So be ready for that. I'm going to call on each of you in your community so we can build out these Women Warrior events. Meredith, wrap it up. What's your take after today, after these last couple days?
You know, I was just thinking in the back about the true Proverbs 31 woman, and how many women here are that woman, and we have this idea of what we think it is, but every woman I just heard is that woman, and that, I think, is what the next generation is looking for. So I'm really excited because I'm standing back there with a congresswoman who has her baby, and she's getting ready to speak. I mean, how cool is that? I mean, we wear whatever hats we wear, and that's how we show up, and that's what the 20-year-old girl that has no idea how she's gonna walk in life needs to see. Like, wow, she's doing that, and she's being a mom. How do I do that? And how do I have faith doing that? And that's what I think we need to do.
Caroline, put your political hat on. What's your guidance to them, your final thoughts coming out of here as we're moving into the next couple months?
My final thoughts are to fight, fight, fight. Think about how hard everyone in this room worked, people across the country, to get Donald Trump back in office against all odds and what they did to him. They tried to assassinate him, I don't even know how many times. And God saved his life and put him back here for a reason. It's not only to save our country, but Western civilization. And we are squandering the time that we have him in there right now with obstruction within our own party. And we need to not only fight that, but we need to work extremely hard in these midterms to make sure he maintains a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and enacts the agenda that God put him here at this time to enact.
And Catherine, you talked about the importance of values and almost like the creed, the mission of the Women's Warriors. Walk us through what that's going to look like.
Yeah, well, you know, we have to be faith-based first. And then we have to reach out to others that don't have faith and help mentor them to their faith. And then we just have to get involved locally. We have to get involved in our communities. We've got to get involved with all the, work on the election side, at the polls. Just be involved in our communities, be involved with all the young girls that do need to be mentored, and the young boys as well.
All right, and to wrap up quickly, 30 seconds, final thoughts as we're wrapping up here.
I just want to thank God for putting this together for you, for the Sea Beam.
And this happened over a coffee shop. I'm not kidding you. It was a coffee shop. We're like, we are going to do this Women Warriors
We
Summit.
got to get the warriors together, and praise God.
Caroline.
I just want to thank CPAC. Matt and Mercedes Schlapp have played such a huge role in my life. I got involved in politics because I went to a CPAC. It's true, when I was 19, and I think I've been to every CPAC, the major one, since I was 19 years old, and it has been the rock that kept me involved. It's how most of my jobs I've gotten based off of people I met through CPAC, and so keeping organizations like this going strong with events, you have no idea who you're fostering and what, like, that'll come up later. And so I'm here because of CPAC, and so thank you so much, and I love being a part of this
She is kind of like
group.
the favorite aunt of the Schlapp girls. Caroline. Catherine.
And you guys are so great, you and Matt. I mean, this organization is amazing. God's hand is on this organization, and he will take this and keep growing. And you can see that. You can see that what's happened nationally and then what's happening internationally. And you know, we should all pray for God to cover Matt and Mercy with
And the CPAC
protection,
staff.
okay, and help them continue to serve him.
And we're all going to serve together. CPAC.org/WW. That's where we have our Women's Warrior joining the coalition. We're coming back at you. We're coming to your states. We want to work with your states, so come talk to us. Let's really brainstorm on where we need to be. I think that's going to be helpful. And yes, we did consecrate CPAC to God. So our service is to the Lord and everything that we do, and we follow where the Holy Spirit takes us. And so this is something that is driven by Him and something that we have to hone in on. So thank you all so much. And we will be in touch with next steps because we just keep working. We don't stop working. So thank you. God bless. Yes.
Card thing.